All right, a few things are going on here tonight, and I'm going to get into those details here shortly, so hang on, because a few things have developed just tonight. However, I do want to jump off in tonight's program here. I was on Facebook, and I had seen a post earlier today. It was a post that was put up today, so they want you to know it is there. Now, I did not see this when it originally got posted on Vice back in June, so a little over 90 days ago, they posted this because folks are hard at work. As I said, we are in the era of pressuring and bullying men in particular to jump back into super productivity mode. And everything is gaslighting, bullying. Everything is focused around doing everything except listening to what men are saying. So welcome to a power dynamic here. I want to read for you this article from Vice. It's by Ashley Fike, and you're going to notice a very similar trend that's going to show up here. It's going to be talking to all women about what the men need to do. Not talking to the men who are in it, certainly not. They're going to be all talking to the women about what the men need to do. Mankeeping is Why Women Are Done with Dating by Ashley Fike. And it says here, researchers at Stanford have finally given a name to something women have been dealing with for years. It's called Mankeeping, and it's helping explain why so many women are stepping away from dating altogether. Now, wait till you hear how they define mankeeping. Wait till you hear how they define this thing as such a negative. Wait till you hear it, because it's going to sound familiar, only it's going to sound like something you've heard somewhere else. Mankeeping describes the emotional labor women end up doing in heterosexual relationships. What? So they need heterosexuals, but everything these people post is to rage bait and hate on heterosexuals. So if you want to know why Vice went bankrupt, yeah, some things just explain themselves. It goes beyond remembering birthdays or coordinating social plans. It goes beyond remembering birthdays or coordinating social plans. When's the last time you heard a man complain about his birthday not being remembered? That's a female complaint for centuries. That's a female complaint. So they're trying to project a female complaint as, well, men don't like it when you don't remember their birthday. Men have never complained about that. These are women's complaints, and now the media is full of such deranged psychos with a keyboard that this is what they're reduced to doing. It goes beyond remembering birthdays or coordinating social plans. When do men rely on women to coordinate their social plans or even expect it? It means being your partner's one-man support system, managing his stress, interpreting his moods.
Oh, please.
Holding his hand through feelings he won't share with anyone else. All of it unpaid, unacknowledged, and often unreciprocated. Managing his stress. Interpreting his moods. Now that one right there is just an insult. Somebody at Vice just decided, find the things that men complain about and then gaslight. Tell the men, no, it's not us, it's you. This is literally what someone at Vice and apparently Stanford University decided to go ahead and do. Let's just go lie and say that everything that women complain about, no, it's not. That's not us. We're like MAGA. That's not us. That's you. No man has asked a woman to interpret his moods. No, men have always complained that that's what we're expected to do, and women have always bragged that, well, yes, you should just tell that I'm unhappy. No, you don't want to Google the author. It's the usual suspects. The root of this issue is tied to what experts, who are the experts? Who are these experts? Are calling the male loneliness epidemic. As more men report having fewer close relationships, romantic partners are expected to pick up the slack. Did you all hear that? Men have fewer relationships, so their romantic partners are expected to pick up the slack. Okay, which one is it? Are the men lonely because they're alone, or do the men have romantic partners, which means they're not alone? This is what happens when you try to make up lies on the sly. I mean, just make them up on the fly, people. This is what happens. Instead of processing with friends, many men offload everything onto the woman they're dating. She becomes his entire emotional infrastructure. Folks, okay, so what did they just say here? Holding his hand through feelings he won't share with anyone else. Okay, so if a man, so he's supposed to go around gushing and vomiting his feelings onto other people? Well, then you call him soft and needy and metrosexual. Okay, but, and that he first, so women have been complaining that men don't talk to them. Interpreting his moods, that means he's not talking. Then they turn right around and say, why are you talking to me so much? So this is the form of degenerate psycho that they have working at these publications. And then they can't figure out why they're going bankrupt. They think if they give it a name, it'll catch on. Spoiler alert, it won't. Damn! It won't, and it didn't, but I got content for tonight. Mankeeping is why more and more women are done with dating. Plenty of women are no longer interested in that dynamic. Folks, if women were not interested in dating, then please explain why the number of STDs among females is spiking in your American cities. If this were an accurate statement, what they're saying right here, if this is an accurate statement, then please explain to me why female STDs are spiking in the cities. I'll wait. Because I'm not getting it from other chicks, so yeah. According to Pew Research, only 38% of single women in the U.S. are currently looking for a relationship. Then please explain why the body count is out of control. Explain why OnlyFans has spiked since they cut off the food stamps. Explain why that is. Oh, they won't? Okay. Among single men, that number jumps to 61%. The gap, I would like to know the methodology behind the numbers, but okay. The gap says a lot. Women aren't opting out of love. They're opting out of being someone's therapist with benefits. Okay, well, where are they going to get love from then? Okay. So when you employ psychos who are not desired by men, remember we covered this with that New Yorker article, they get some of the most crazy, bug-eyed, meth-using individuals, and then they make them authors, and then they just sit up here and spout out drivel. The Guardian calls mankeeping a modern extension of emotional labor, one that turns a partner into a life coach. Okay, so men have been complaining for years about that, for decades about that, for centuries about that, and that was never called woman keeping. We were told that we lacked emotional intelligence. Remember, they always have a new term they try to come up with that says you're not a man until you cater to your woman's every whim. So the problem with men is that they're not sensitive enough. They don't talk about their feelings, and who cares about your feelings? You just need to listen to hers. Now they're telling you exactly the opposite. Psychos control your media, and don't worry, we're going to get into that tonight. This isn't about avoiding vulnerability. It's about refusing to carry someone else's emotional weight while getting little to nothing in return. And there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. Okay. Some men have started opening up more, which is good. But too often that openness lands in the lap of the person they're sleeping with instead of a friend or a therapist. Vulnerability without boundaries can feel more like a burden than a breakup. So they don't tell you, okay, so men have been saying for years, yeah, she needs to go talk to her friends, and instead she talks to him. Now they're telling you that it's the men doing it. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. It can't be men don't talk and then men talk too much. Men never speak about their feelings. Breaking news, Vice claims men talk about their feelings too much. Even though this is new, nobody was complaining about this until they said it, but this is new. So if you want to know what your corporate media outlets are focusing on, they're focusing all of their attention on psyops and gaslighting. Get these men back to work and get them in line. Tell the men to stop complaining, because let's be very, very clear, they never explain what it is that the men are being excessive about. They claim the men are looking for too much or something, but do y'all notice what's missing here? They never give you an example or say to you what it is that the men should be talking to other people about. Did you notice that? Why is that? Why are they not saying that? Shouldn't they be saying that? You notice they haven't given you a single example of what it is that men should be talking to other people about and not to the woman. So if you really dig right below the surface, you'll find out that, so that's why you all are gaslighting. Some women are called bitter for stepping back from dating. Others are labeled cold. What they're really doing is protecting their capacity. Y'all, you never see articles that talk about men, quote, protecting their capacity. It doesn't even say what capacity is. When men have always been solitary. We have always been solitary. We've always been solitude. That's why men in solitude build cities and women in solitude get cats and antidepressants. When women sit up here and go into psychology and then start making up terms like this as if that actually means something, that doesn't mean a damn thing what she just said, protecting their capacity. They just come, mankeeping, emotional intelligence, protecting your capacity. They just come up with babble. You want to know why women are the biggest people who try to commit suicide and don't succeed? Because this is what happens. The folks who do the most talking, this is what they come up with. So if you want to know what that psychology and liberal arts degree, you want to know why women have the most student loan debt, men are like, yeah, let's avoid that. Yeah, because we don't end up like this. They just say these elliptical psychobabble statements, and all the other females in there nod their heads. And what did she say? She didn't say anything. This is what happens with the pimp pastor preachers at church. The choice to stay single rarely comes from defeat.
Oh, please.
The choice to stay single rarely comes from defeat. So you want to know why women can't get better? This is why, right here. By definition, it's not that they want to be alone. They all have the same damn thing. Why do you think they're all dogpiling the same top 10% of men? Yeah, that's the definition of defeat. It comes from knowing exactly how much energy they have left to give. Until that imbalance shifts, more women will keep walking away. Being alone is easier than managing someone else's emotional life. Well, men have been saying this forever, and now Vice jumps up literally out from behind the dumpster in an alley and tells you that everything that men have been complaining about, oh, no. In reality, that's the women. You live in a sick media culture. These are outlets that have taken hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and everything is focused and coordinated towards beating males down and telling men, number one, get back to work. Number two, shut up and expect nothing. And number three, since you will not, remember we covered this last week, since males today are going off by themselves, you have a generation of males that everybody's complaining that young males today would rather be with video games and porn than be with females. Then they come back and tell you, the males really want females. Well, the males are open to it, but if the female's not available, the young fellas today, they'll take a video game console and some porn. The females, on the other hand, are looking for providers because they do not want to be the male workhorses of society who have to build society. You can't build society sitting behind a desk. You can't build society sitting behind a computer. You can't build society sitting in a carpeted room. You have to build society out in the elements. And we don't have any competition for that. So this is what they're reduced to. They're reduced to this kind of shameless lying. This is what they have to do. And they have to. The reason and the problem for it is that they've tried to do it on their own and it ain't working. And this is what happens when a society begins failing. When that society begins failing, they start looking to their producers to come make up the slack, but they can't actually get them to make up the slack. This is what happens when you have the male workhorses who have opted out. Now they're just resorting to try to bully them into getting back in line, but the bottom line is we need you all to get back to work. We need you all to do that. And this is the best they can come up with. What they're telling you is they absolutely will refuse, monumentally, they completely refuse to concede to the male's demands. Now, I want to deal with what you just heard right there. I want to deal with what you all just heard right there. Because they just told you that the issue is that the males, we're tired of dealing with that, and the women have decided to go on their own, and the women have decided to adopt their solitude, and they are not concerned about what the men want. The women are about themselves. That's what this psychotic, lunatic, laughable escapee from an asylum who wrote this article just sat up here and said. That's what she just sat up here and said. To which I say, you know what? I'm not even going to argue this with you. I'm not even going to argue this with you because that would be an exercise in futility. However, if what you're saying is actually accurate, if it is, then I'd like you to explain this. You all can take a look on your screens here. And this is a video that was shared with me through the proper channels. By the way, folks, the proper channels is the way to do so. I do look at stuff that folks suggest only with the proper channels. If you're on Facebook, you can tag me in something. Watch this video here. This is Chris Brown. Now, remember what you just heard. Women don't want to be man-keeping, and they're not going to be following up behind no man and sucking up for his attention and trying to be his emotional, sock puppet. Okay, if that's true, explain this to me.
Excuse us.
All right, there's Chris here. This is Chris Brown coming through the crowd. And this video is the very definition of wait till the end.
Excuse us. Good job, Chris. Happy birthday, my guy. Yeah, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, brother. No, brother.
Yeah, tell me one more time about how the women are done with men, done with dating, not interested in following up behind. They're not catering. They're not pandering. Tell me one more time about how the women are not looking to pander to men. Tell me one more time about that, because I can't quite. I'm having a bit of a conflict here. I'm not quite understanding. For some reason, I have doubts. For some reason, I have doubts. I got doubts for some reason. I just don't understand. I'm just don't understand. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. Looks like that to me too. Looks like that to me too. Yeah. Yeah, because they were just telling me in the article about men are a loneliness epidemic and that the women are okay being by themselves. Remember? So if the women are okay being by themselves, certainly you would never see 30 or 40 of them following like sheep behind the shepherd. Certainly you would never see 30 or 40 of them following just one guy. You would never see that. Right? I mean, this obviously must be AI. There's no way that this is a real, authentic thing. By the way, let me know the next time you see ASAP Rocky with a train of hoes like this.
What?
Let me know the next time you see ASAP Rocky with a train of chicks like this. Let me know the next time you see that. So, yeah. Yeah, there they go. I mean, it's not just a few of them. I mean, it's the whole damn club done followed. They're dressed, by the way, they got their halter tops. There's not a size 10 or 12 among the group. That's the other thing. Not all the types of females that men complain about. Do you notice none of them are here? None of them are represented here. You take a look at this. You want to know why the fellas have video game controllers and porn? Take a look at Chris Brown. He's not fighting. There are no size 10s or 12s. They didn't come. If they got any children, they left the kids at home. They can wear a halter top. There's no back fat. There's no any of that. By the way, I just thought I would let you know. Yeah. You want to know the things to keep a man motivated? Oh, okay. And Chris, by the way, this is Chris ignoring them. This is the way they're acting with Chris ignoring them. Do you understand that, people? I'm trying to get you to understand that. This is the way they're acting with Chris ignoring them. Trying to get a clear shot on this one here. This is what they're doing with Chris ignoring them. He's literally walked past all of them and they're like, okay, that's fine. We're cool with that. This is what he gets with him not even paying them attention. Take a look at the caliber of females and he's ignoring them. This is the caliber of females that he gets and he's ignoring them. And not just one or two, dozens who are just happy to just walk behind him and follow him in public. They're just happy to do that. Once again, no size 14s, no large and in charge, no one complaining about their hair done, nails done, you know, none of that. None of the chicks out here walking like storks. None of them out here walking like a stork or walking like a pigeon. You notice that? All of them are presentable. All of them came with their best, whether they came from single mother homes or not. I just want you to be aware, by the way, the stuff that men complain about. Oh, well, I'll be damned when Chris shows up. Y'all notice, by the way, it's you see a bunch of chicks out here. You don't hear no elephants moving. Yeah, I'm just like, okay, so wait a minute. So y'all do know what the deal is. Oh, so they do know what the deal is. Oh, so they do know what the men want. Yeah, by the way, these are all the chicks you're probably going to drop, over $1,000 to take a picture with them for 10 seconds. So not only are they following him, they're most likely going to pay for the privilege. Oh, so they do know what the men want. So they do know what the men want. Oh, so it's not actually because the females don't know. See, this is what the males accepted this. They're starting to accept this en masse now, that it's not a matter of ignorance. It is not that they don't know. It's not that they're not aware of what you want. What they're letting you know is that they do, but as far as they're concerned, if she's a strong 6, then she should be with Chris Brown. If she is average, by the way, and one more thing, this is average. This is not spectacular. I mean, don't get me wrong, compared to the majority of the female population, this is the cream of the crop out here, to be totally honest. But what I am saying, and I'm not saying that they're ugly, I'm not saying that at all. Absolutely not. But you certainly have anything from 6s to 10s out here. Absolutely. Here's my point. My point is they can't all be 10s. They can't be, mathematically speaking. And yet every single one of them thinks they should be with Chris, and they would rather, listen to me, they would rather follow Chris Brown from 50 feet away. They would rather follow him from 50 feet away than be with the fella that they actually qualify to be with. Now that's the point. Then they will write psychotic articles talking about they're done with man keeping. Does this look like anybody is done? Do you think these chicks are ready to keep a man? Do you think that these females are not ready to go cook, clean, and have a freak off? Tell me anything that Chris Brown wants that these chicks would not mind-blowingly, enthusiastically do. Name it. If man keeping is really a thing and women are tired of it here, then tell me what it is that these women would not do. Tell me. If this article was actually accurate, if the conclusions they tried to draw from Pew Research are actually accurate, then will you explain this to me? Because this looks like exactly the opposite. This looks like exactly the opposite. And they won't explain this. Not at all. What I'm telling you is that, well, then they should know better. They should know better. That's the point. They should know better. These chicks would do anything Chris wants and they would have a big old grin on their faces. And what they're really saying is that the rest of you should not expect it. So this is the corporate media. And I want you all to understand something here. I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there. This is the corporate media working with the government. This is what the government does to try to program men and pressure men and bully men that men should just work and expect nothing. You should work 60 hours a week to purchase a home that costs 10 times as much as the one that your father had to pay for, a car that costs 10 times as much as the one your father had to pay for new, to live in cities that are a third as enjoyable as your father and your mother had. You're going to work harder than you've ever worked to get less than you've ever gotten, and you won't own anything. Oh yeah, and you just need to shut up, suck it up, and be happy. One more thing. You need to shut up, suck it up, and be happy. Work harder than you ever have, get no respect, no appreciation, and if you do, you're a whiner. You're just whining. You better believe that this is the government behind this kind of thing. You better believe that this is what they're doing. You better believe that this is a part of the agenda. The males are in full-blown revolt. The men are in revolt. They are worried. They're afraid. They don't know what the hell to do. The men are in revolt because the men are like, yeah, we're not going to give 100% of our effort. Well, but the women are not going to do it. So they're trying to figure out, how do we bully the men into doing it? The women aren't doing it. So how do we do it? How do we do it? How? So I'm doing this to let you all know that there's a full court press to enslave and entrap the minds of man. And instead of dealing with the actual issues, because let me explain something to you. Be very, very clear. The average guy has no problem doing what men have done forever. Do you think if he had if the average fella had the ability to be with any one of these chicks, any one, that he wouldn't be just sitting up cheesing. By the way, one more thing. I just took a glimpse of something. Take a look there's a chick in yellow. There she is right here, yellow with the red cap there. If you take a look, she's reaching her arm back to this female here. If you take a look at it there you go. Yeah, by the way, I just wanted to show you. So the chick in the yellow shirt with the red cap, she's reaching her arm back to another female, and the female's reaching her arm forward to her. Yeah. The problem is the men. According to this degenerate psycho over here and her publication, the problem is the men. Yeah, this tells the story. The problem, just remember, the problem's the men. The problem is the men. Just thought I'd take a moment to point it out to you. The problem's the men. Yeah. The average fellow would not have an issue with any of this. The average fellow would be perfectly fine. The average fellow would be perfectly fine with any of them. The average fellow would be perfectly fine with any of them. Any of them. And what I'm saying is they would rather follow Chris and get nothing than to be with somebody they actually qualified to be with. That's the issue. When they say they'd rather be by themselves, what they mean is that, but I should be with Chris. My Instagram told me so. I should be with him. That's where I should be. I should be with him. If I'm not, the problem is the rest of you guys. That's the problem. Now, I'm not saying that there are not any problem children here, single mothers or anything else. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is that, by the way, for society at large, what you see on your screen here, this is indicative of it. This is indicative of a broken marketplace. This is indicative of a broken marketplace. The marketplace is broken. Tell me, what young man is going to go out and overachieve or anything else in this environment? Tell me, how hard is a young man supposed to work today when the bottom line is Chris isn't available to any of them? Chris isn't available to any of them. That's the problem. Chris isn't available to any of them. At what point do you go from being okay alone to just being the local psycho? At what point does that happen? Because that's the real question. The real question is, at what point have you just demonstrated that, they're just too nuts, man. They're just too broken. They rather follow Chris and get nothing. They're trying to figure out how to get the average male to get back to work. They want him to get motivated, to get back to work. But they do not want him, and they want him to be okay getting no benefits for it. They want to be okay to get nothing. Now, this is the part that becomes real sick. You see, we've expanded beyond just go to work and just have a place to rent and can't own anything. Now they have expanded the sickness to, the real problem is you expect anything at all. You just need to do as you're told, shut up, produce, and don't expect anything. If you can't even expect to be respected. Now, you need to be willing to lay down your life for any random female who comes along, just any random female you see. You should be willing to lay down your life for them, but you should not expect anything. People, there is a word for that. That word is servant. Oh, there definitely is a word for that, but the word is servant. That's the word. The word is servant. And when you have a society that tells you that the men are wrong unless they can be servants, now that's broken. Because ultimately it ends in your doom and desolation. I'm going to touch on this very briefly, and then I'm going to move on because I know this is going to upset some people. And I do mean to do so. You see, the problem here is that there's a bunch of folks out there who don't understand because they do not wish to understand, because it is too inconvenient for them to understand. I've been talking about Russell Wilson now for years. Oh, I'm going there. Did I call it or did I call it? Now, you all remember, had a number of so-called football fans. They've been arguing with me for years, telling me that I had a problem, telling me that I was wrong. And I'm just simply following these things because, you see, if I'm going to say that this is what the situation is, then it better unfold the way that I said it did. Otherwise, I have no credibility. So to all the folks who spent the better part of the last 5 years telling me that Russell was okay, Russell was fine, he was going to have a great, go back into the comment sections, people. Y'all can go back to the comment sections from earlier this year when I said, man, it's over. It was over in Seattle. Hell, it was all the way over in Denver. And you have to understand, on the internet, I'm bringing this up because on the internet, people, you all are inundated with morons and clowns who, if you saw them in real life, you would see the mental patients or the ADHD back of the classroom children that they are, and you wouldn't give them any credibility. But on the internet, they can say garbage and nonsense and then try to pass it off. They say it with such conviction, and they'll sit there and argue with you for hours. And I need you to understand, the crazy guy on the street corner begging for spare change and eating out of pizza boxes in the dumpster, he'll argue with you for hours too. And some of those folk, that is him. Well, I'm not him, but I am accountable if I tell you all that this is the situation. All right, well, this is the situation. I also let you all know, if this were any other quarterback besides Russell Wilson, if you were not some big Ciara stan, would you still be arguing that Russell Wilson, whose performance obviously cratered after Seattle, would you still be arguing this if this was anybody else? If it weren't for the fact that you got some sexual fixation with Ciara because he's a fan, but at least he's sleeping with Ciara. Most males today, the problem with the porn thing is that most males are like these females here. You're talking about the females, but oh, fellas, you got to get a little bit of this work too. A lot of you guys, this is what you are, man. You're following up behind Ciara. You don't care that she's in bed with another dude. You don't care that another dude smacking her on the ass. You're just a fan with your little sexual fixation because you saw her on TV, and you're pathetic too. But if you could actually be objective, okay, it's not because Russell's getting older. That's not the issue. I did not zero in on this because Russell is getting older. If that's what you all thought, then you completely misunderstood everything. He's only 36 years old now. Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, hell, Aaron Rodgers. There's a bunch of dudes in the NFL who were playing past 40. That's not Russell's issue. I'm just trying to tell you. I don't know what Russell was or wasn't, but I will ask you all one question. It is a question that really was being asked by me from the beginning, but wasn't being asked by anybody else because no one wanted to think about it in those terms. And if they had, then they would have gotten some answers. People, when did Russell Wilson marry Ciara?
Damn!
Nigga, what?
Let's go through the chronology. When did Russell Wilson marry Ciara? Now, that's a very simple question. Very easy question to answer. But you have to understand, to the gullible idiots and clowns who just follow up behind celebrities and kiss their asses because your life's kind of pathetic and you can't be a free critical thinker, this never dawned on you. But then again, you're still singing along with Bert and Ernie, so yeah. Folks, when did he marry Ciara anyway? I'm trying to check something. I'm trying to check on something. You see, when did Ciara, shades of Brittany Renner? Oh, you don't want to hear this. You don't want to hear this. When you're just a dumbass who sits up here and kisses asses on celebrities. Ciara cute. I'm Team Ciara no matter what. She doesn't know you exist, you clown. Get back to your porn, your OnlyFans and you porn. Hey, folks, when did Ciara start chasing Russell? When did Russell... Oh, man. Oh, yeah, they don't want to get into this. They don't want to get into this. They don't want to actually get into this because it hurts their feelings. Russell Wilson won the Super Bowl in 2014. Ciara was after him. He got with Ciara after 2014. So let me get this straight. Russell Wilson's on top of the world. He has all of his options ahead of him. All of them are in front of him. You can't blame it on his age. You can't blame it on his age. And folks, you can't blame this on age a decade ago. So let me get this straight. Russell Wilson is so dumb and dense and gullible that he didn't realize that, hey, dude, Ciara wasn't really checking for you before you got a Super Bowl ring. You were the only simp and last train leaving that was available for her. And you couldn't figure it out. So you get a Super Bowl ring. Next thing you know, Ciara wants to talk to you. Kind of sounds like Brittany Renner, don't it? Oh, well. You could never get caught by Brittany Renner now, could you? Okay, well, yeah. Well, next thing you know, Ciara latches her wagon to you, and that's the last time that Russell Wilson was a producer and a performer. His performance on the field went downhill as soon as he had sexual access to Ciara, as soon as she became his priority. When at the instant that he had access to her, she made herself the priority. Soon as he got that, he started focusing not on football. He was focusing on how swaggy he thought he was being with her. Now, if this was anybody else, you would be honest with yourself and admit that that's exactly what was happening, and you would have already connected the timeline. But you see, if you're an ass kisser of celebrities, you're kind of dumb and dense, and so you just suck up to them. And okay, but to the folks who are not afflicted with that disease, all I did was take a look at the timeline. All I did was take a look at the behavior, and it was obvious that he needed to be focusing on a three-peat. He had a once in a lifetime opportunity to make that happen, and he needed to focus on a three-peat. And he wasn't focused on that. He got his hands around Ciara's very well used butt cheeks, and he was just like, I got it all. I got it all. I've done it. I have arrived. And Ciara was like, yeah, so have I. So did I. And now you all have had a decade to track his progress. He's bounced from team to team. You know what he hasn't done? He doesn't have anybody who'll vouch for him. There's a lot of quarterbacks who've been poor performers at the end of their, their playing years. That's normal. What's not normal is to have a quarterback at the end of their playing years and absolutely nobody on their team likes them. Russell Wilson's best season was 2014. Anything else is nostalgia got a hold of you. You don't get points for almost. His best season was when he brought home the gold. That's the way that works. That's why we have trophies, so that it's not disputable. Russell Wilson destroyed Seattle, and then he's gone on to other teams and couldn't get back in gear because it was over. But it was over. Every time you turn around, he wants to pose with Ciara. This is a guy who needs to be psychotically hell-bent for leather over the last decade, focusing on football. He's not a tall dude. He's been years. His style of play is really very specific. You have to be very mobile. You have to be very quick and mobile. If you're not the tall quarterback who can see over the top of folk, you got to be mobile to be able to get around. You have to be able to process things very quickly. Russell did not focus on that, is the point that I've been making now since he got with that woman. Let me say this in another manner in which a lot of you might understand a little bit better. If you're familiar with the TV show Game of Thrones, you'll remember when Robb Stark was trying to march on King's Landing. And you'll remember that instead of him getting with a female who was with a female of a family that could help his, he instead chose a nurse on the battlefield that he loved. He chose her instead. Instead of getting with Walder Frey's ugly daughter, who would have helped his army, he instead chose a woman that he loved and was sexually attracted to. And you'll remember what Stark told him. He said, if we can't beat Jaime Lannister, we're going to lose this war. And Stark told him, you lost this war the second you got with that woman. He told him, you lost this war the second you got with that woman. A young man who's ruled by his sexual urges and impulses. Folks, for the people on the slow bus, Russell Wilson didn't lose his career when he went to Pittsburgh or to Denver. He lost his career when he got with that woman. And in his mid-20s, he decided, I want to make up for all of the shine. And he never got that. He's just been a clown and a simp. But delusion will rule. I want to make up for all of the shine and all the coolness, because I've always been an awkward, lame fella. Instead of making my peace with that and being all right with that, I want to make up for it. Because I'm an egomaniac who feels like people don't respect me and they need to respect me more. And Pete Carroll needs to let me run this team. And Marshawn Lynch needs to shut the hell up and understand that I'm the MVP. Why is it you didn't make those connections? Because I did. And I'm just saying, I can see the personality defects. This is not a minor thing that will go away. This is a cancer that will eat into everything. Everything he has done has been centered around, hey, ain't I cool because I'm sleeping with Ciara? I mean, even if she's futures used goods. Russell Wilson's career was over the moment he got with that woman. Because he was no longer interested in football, he was interested in himself. And he found a female who was willing to nurture that so long as she could get him to carve off a big enough deal, and she did that. And now he's in New York, biggest media market in America, which means all eyes on him. The rookie quarterback Jackson Dart gets knocked out of the game with a concussion. Russell Wilson has the opportunity to at least win the game for New York. They gave him the ball, and in the third and fourth quarters, he loses the game. Now they fired the head coach, Brian Daboll, and Jackson Dart with a concussion. They're wondering, okay, who's going to play in the next game? They would rather go with Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston, who is just a perpetual backup quarterback, they would rather go with him than a veteran Super Bowl winning quarterback. They would rather leave Russell on the bench. They would rather leave Russell on the bench and go with Jameis than to let Russell get on the field again. It's over. I said it 3 years ago. Those in denial, and please, I do understand. A lot of y'all tell me, Jason, you know you got haters. I know, they hate watch. I get it. They're sitting there chewing their damn toenails. Damn, I hate that nigga watch. He got to be right. I hate him. Okay, well, get ready to be angry all damn weekend. But it doesn't change reality. This is the school of power dynamics. It's not about dating. It's not about celebrities. Fellas, you could make the same mistake that Russell did. If you are not careful, you can make the same mistake that he did. Stay focused. You must stay focused. There are people out here who are going to congratulate you, pat you on the back, tell you how wonderful you are for not staying focused if they're benefiting from it. And it took a decade for the ship to finally crash into the ocean, but it did it at 36. And the truth be told, he's been a laughingstock now for the last 5 years. Why is it that the internet didn't pick up on this half a decade ago and I called it about his play? I told you all, if this were any other quarterback performing like this, would you still be defending him? If those of you who've been watching football, you know what the hell you're looking at. Why are you arguing with me over it? Oh, because you're emotionally attached to Ciara. You want Ciara to win. And if Russell loses, you understand that if Russell loses, oh, Ciara loses. Which is why I've told you all the whole time. When Russell loses, Ciara loses. And Ciara knows this. Do you think that she's cool with the way this is about to go? When it's over in New York, it's over. And now it'll just be her and Russell sitting at home. And she's going to have to be around him full time. And now you'll find out if she likes him and his company as much as she actually liked Future's company. Now that's what you're about to find out. We're about to find that one out. Don't worry, the Ciara stands are going to get real quiet now. This is the way it always goes, people. It always goes just like this. They talk their garbage, they talk their crap right until the rubber meets the road. And then clowns in comment sections on the internet, suddenly they just disappear. You can't find nobody. You tag them in a post. They never show up again. They remove their social media. And it was predictable a decade ago. I've just been talking about it for the last half a decade to let you all know, by the way, you think that Ciara's is staying because she wants to? She's staying to save face. My prediction is that the more Russell's around, he's going to start focusing that negativity on her full time, and she's not going to have to take it, and she's going to decide to scuttle the ship. And that's the end of him. Mankeeping. But according to Vice, that would be man-keeping, and women are done with that. Let's do some other things. Now, I said tonight that there was something else we need to discuss here. I want to go ahead and deal with this too. Let me go ahead and deal with this. All right, folks. So I really got to talk about this right quick. Okay. So this pugly, fat, disgusting, diseased, psychotic, feminist cockroach named Oprah Winfrey. What? So this disgustingly dog stupid wench, who has been nothing but a disease and a plague on society now for over 4 decades. Well, she decided to copyright strike my program from 2 weeks about her. Damn! Yes, she's upset. She's in her feelings. Oprah is upset. Now, folks, I'm talking, the reason why the video's not there is because, they didn't just make a copyright claim. Why, they put a copyright strike on it. This is directly from Oprah's people. This is directly from them. This is directly from Oprah's people. Now, that video has been up, as you all know, is very much fair use. There's no question about it. Very much fair use. But you see, Oprah's trying to get traction on the internet. She's trying to get traction right now. And when she puts up that show, the problem is she puts that up, and then next thing you know, right below it is my video. Because for just once, see, this is what happens when you have an actual fair marketplace, which is why they don't allow it to be. YouTube is completely rigged and bogus, but this is why they don't do that. Because you see, YouTube wants to test out a new feature. When they're testing out new features, they don't shadow ban that particular video when they're testing out a new feature. We saw this happen for posts. We saw this happen for shorts. Now we see this happen for the title feature. They do the ABC, title A, title B, title C, to see which one works best. So when I saw they were testing out a new feature, I said, okay, let me go ahead and hit that, because I know they're not going to be throttling me. They're actually going to let the video be seen a little bit more. So they did that. My subscriber count has gone up. The video count has done relatively well. And Oprah was furious. Furious. The video got traction. The videos got motion. And Oprah's beside herself. Because when they put up her video, boom, there comes mine. There comes mine with the, shall we say, Democratic response. So Oprah's folks saw that and were like, damn, he's ripping you apart and it's working. He's ripping you to shreds and it's working. Everything he's saying is accurate, precise, and on point. It's killing you. So the so-called queen of television from back in the old antiquated Reagan era, I told you all then, she thought she was going to come over here to the internet, and then she thought she was going to rev the machine back up again. And what she found out is that the children that she thought she was going to destroy then, because she's a sick, psychotic loon, we've been waiting over here. This is our turf, you old, degenerate, elderly, dirty dog. This is our turf. This is our yard. We run this. You're the trespasser on our turf. You don't run a damn thing here. You ain't gonna get any traction over here. You're not gonna get any motion over here. You're not gonna sit up here and dust off your psychotic, man-hating feminist playbook and it's gonna work over here. You're nothing but content now. You're a content farm. So you can hate it all you want to. Welcome to fair use. You see, on the television, you had your little scummy backroom deals, and the networks kissed your asses, and the interviewers kissed your asses, and none of them were honest because they're psycho feminists who hate men too. Over here, you have to actually, there's actually a response to you over here. See, those folks wouldn't tell the truth. We're telling the truth, and now you want to silence people. People, there's no copyright issue on that video. That video is the very definition of fair use. What she's doing is illegal. She's just hoping she doesn't get sued. But what she's showing you is that, damn, she got clipped and tripped up right out the gate. She got tripped up right out of the gate. It didn't work. It didn't work because it can't. And it does show you that she's not used to people responding to her. She's used to just saying whatever, and you just gotta sit with it. She can lie big, lie huge, keep it going, and you just gotta roll with it. They're not used to an era where you start lying like this and people can actually respond, and not just respond, they can respond right where you are. You can't bury them over here. You can't do that. And take a look at how she responded. Now, people remember, she was in journalism. I know, tangentially so, but she was a news anchor. She worked at a television station. She knows what fair use is. She knows what it is. I don't have to educate Oprah Pie-Face Winfrey about what fair use is. This dirty, degenerate dog knows what it is. So if she is violating that, then she knows she's doing it. She knows what fair use is. She's a journalist. She knows damn well what it is. Remember Beetlejuice, potato face, rolling the bowling ball Martin?
Damn!
He tried this garbage too. Tell me how that's gone since then. He tried this too, remember? Yeah, your old television, antiquated, dusted, cobweb-covered old media figures, they came over here to the internet and all they could really do was get stomped the hell out. That's all they could really do. And I just want you all to know that Oprah has decided to venture into the hostile terrain that is the empire. She's decided to venture over here, and what she found out was she got her ass broken open and handed back to her in real time, and she's not ready. She came over here on our turf, she tried to flex, and she found out she's not ready. Not at all. Now, you see Oprah Buttface Winfrey with your stupid wig on there, and the Sherwin-Williams people providing that caked on makeup, and take a look at them calves on you there. The never-ending weight loss journey. Clearly, you'll never make it. You might as well just give up. Go to Krispy Kreme and enjoy yourself and call it a life. You see, here's the problem here. The problem here, you pug-faced bulldog-looking wench, is that if you could make a counter argument, you would have done so. You see, what you were supposed to do is you were supposed to make a counter argument. See, that's how you win. This isn't the old TV system here where you make a phone call and you silence somebody you don't like. They said something that really destroyed your image and you can't beat them, so you make a phone call. I'll get them. I'll get you. You'll never work in this town again. Y'all got to understand the reason why Oprah Winfrey whored herself. Oh yes, I'm calling it what it is. When you end up under Roger Ebert, baby, that is not just whoring. That's just stupid. That's mismanagement of your draws. You whored yourself with the rest of them because we all know that your sexual promiscuity did not stop in school or college. You just kept it going and probably going to this day. And it's very well documented fact. So, and it sucks to be you, but sit with it. STDs and all, I'm sure. But you mismanaged all that right there and you hoard yourself and you thought that, okay, well, that would give you clout. Well, on broadcast television, which was very, very small and very, very narrowly controlled, you could get away with that. That actually worked over there. You've come to the internet and you're trying to figure out how to get it to work over here, and it doesn't work over here. So you can't just make a phone call and we're going to silence people and you'll never work in this town again because you've offended me. I get to put this work on your big, fat, flabby, cellulite encrusted pie-looking ass. That's what I get to do. And now you have to make a real counter argument. You have to defeat me in the arena of gladiatorial hand-to-hand intellectual combat. You have to beat me over here. You don't get to say, damn, he was right and he broke my old elderly ass open and let me make a phone call. That doesn't win. You're used to that old system where you can make a phone call and shut people up. You didn't have to actually win an argument. You didn't have to actually prevail. You didn't have to actually prove you were right. You just were used to being stupid. Now you're just old, fat, ugly, and stupid. Oh yeah, and getting stomped out by Jason Black. 2025. So yeah, none of that matters over here. This is why you're sitting with this small parking lot of paid people to pretend to be your audience. This is where your money's going now, is paying people to show up and pretend they want to hear you babble for an hour about the same failed, obsolete, futile garbage you've been talking about for decades. See, it was supposed to transform into something else and it never did. And now here you are in 2025 trying to figure out if you can dust it off and recycle it, and it's not working. And I was right there when you showed up to give the response in real time, and it broke you down. And you don't have a counter argument. If you did, you'd be making it and people would be saying you're right. But you can't. Statistically, socially, academically, you're just a fat, ugly liar. And now you're actually being called on it and you don't know what to do. So you think taking the video down is going to help you. First of all, it will be back. That's the first thing. We all know that is coming back like Freddy Krueger. What? We all know that. It's coming back like Jason and Friday the 13th. And yes, pun intended. It's coming back like Jason Voorhees. Calling my brother by another mother. So it'll be back. But the other problem is, baby, it's too late for that. It's too late. It's 2025. It's a whole new world. You haven't evolved. You haven't changed. This isn't gonna work. I'm not Tyler Perry. I'm not one of these Hollywood shills looking to get on. I'm not trying to be your friend. There's nothing about you I want except for you to vanish. That's all I want. You're a disgusting pustule on the butt of humanity, and you look the part. So you ain't got nothing to offer me. You don't have anything to hold over me. There's nothing I want from you. I don't need you for elevation. I got Amazon bestsellers and didn't have to go through you. I put myself on. And I don't need you for anything. And that's what really pisses your old ridiculous depends diaper wearing ass off, is that damn, I can't bully him because he doesn't need anything from me. So all that old garbage you used to be doing, that don't work. That doesn't work because it can't. You have nothing to offer. You have nothing to offer. You have nothing to give. So it can't work. So all that old stuff, nobody liked you. There's the other thing. Nobody liked you in the first damn place. None of these people liked you in the first place. You were useful because you had a big platform. You had a big show. So they did the Hollywood thing. The Hollywood thing don't fly over here. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are a bunch of ass-kissing YouTubers who would gleefully do it. But the problem is you don't have the ability to elevate them. They'll do it for Mr. Beast or somebody like that. Not you. You ain't got nothing to offer over here. And the problem for me is that even if you did, baby, you ain't gonna work on me. So yeah, you're upset. You're very angry. And I don't blame you. You got them damn elbows busted upside your big ass cranium. You're very angry about that because I told the truth. I reminded people that, by the way, if these women in that audience there, let me go ahead and show you all the wide shot of it there. If the women in that audience really had anything to show, after 4 decades of listening to you, you should have an audience of completely happy and thrilled females. But you don't. They are lonely, bitter, unhappy, and they've come back to you for guidance. And all you could do is tell them, oh, well, sucks to be you. But that's all you could do after all these decades. You screwed up their lives. You talked them into screwing it up for them. And now they've come back to you to report to you how much of a disaster it's been listening to you. They emulated you, and you told them that that would lead to happiness and fulfillment. And the truth of the matter is you're sick, you sick, degenerate beast. The only thing you ever wanted was to make all these women single so that when you got into your elderly declining years, which is where you are, you would have plenty of company. That you would have a room full of females who would be your emotional support, but they will not have any for themselves. They lost their men, they lost their families, they lost their futures. The people who were supposed to be invested in them, they listened to you and they lost all that. So now the only thing they can do is come back and huddle around you. And that's all they can do now. All they can do now is come back and huddle around you. Which was your plan all along. That when you got old and alone, because that's the only thing you could ever be, because let's be very, very clear, folks, these liars over there at places like Vice, which has just become pathetic. It's not that women are choosing these things. The women who are old and alone, they were young and alone too.
And deal with it, nigga.
What they don't want to admit is that, by the way, if they're old and alone, they were young and alone too. They were never popular. They were never on. It was never great, man. It was never great. Oprah was young and alone. And we all sat there and watched her despicable, disgusting personality, which explained why she was. Just like Tarana Burke. Now she's old and alone. And the only way to make sure she had company was to cripple a bunch of other females. And as you can see, to this pathetic lot, it worked. Yeah, but the problem is nobody wants to emulate you. Just a bunch of failed elderly old females who have become irrelevant long before they ever thought they would. Now it's just they get another 20, maybe 30 years on this earth to just be alone and pathetic. And they'll be watching Oprah and they're going to be sitting around with their cats and smelling like cats. And yeah. So Oprah, first of all, I just want to say here that I want y'all to know something. I'm not angry about it. I'm not angry at all. As a matter of fact, Oprah, I'm pleased. As a matter of fact, I'm pleased. I am pleased to know that, by the way, I got your attention. I'm pleased to know that you too know exactly who Jason Black is and that you've suffered defeat at his hands and you're very, very angry. So, oh, baby, no. This does not offend me at all. I am pleased. I am pleased. I am pleased to know that you heard the truth about yourself and it broke you. That's so much to the point that you have to lie and say that it's a copyright claim because you want to silence it. Even if it's just for a little while, can I silence it? Because you actually heard the truth about yourself and you couldn't take it. You see, Oprah, if I was wrong, you would just refute me. You worked in television. You worked in journalism. You've had to defend court cases against yourself. If I was prosecuting an invalid, inaccurate campaign against you, then you'd be able to prove it. You wouldn't have to resort to little smarmy tactics like some backwater YouTuber lying on someone. You wouldn't have to do that. You should be able to very easily debunk little old me with all your resources. Miss Millionaire who lied to the world and said she was a billionaire and she was never, ever, ever a billionaire. Ever. That was just marketing, people. She was never a billionaire. She wasn't one in the 80s. She wasn't one in the 90s. Never was. Millionaire, yes. Billionaire.
Oh, please.
That was never it. So now you're looking to get some traction on the internet. The money might be running low. The friends are definitely running low. And you're looking for people to call you their mommy. This little sick heifer she was the most degenerate person in the room, but she wanted to be people's mommies. So she started that school in Africa where they molest girls. Oprah claims she was molested as a girl, and what do you know? She opens up a school where they can molest girls. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think that's coincidental at all. I think if you do a real investigation, you'll find out, that wasn't coincidental. If you actually do a criminal investigation of Oprah, I'm pretty sure you'll find out that was not coincidental. So this sick, psychotic degenerate has always wanted to be called a mommy. So this is why this psycho has no problem crippling other women so they sit around her like they're her daughters. For a woman who's done nothing for them but screw their lives. And so she's come back to the internet to see if because this is what narcissists do. I need y'all to understand, narcissists are usually not attractive people. Narcissists are usually pretty ugly people. Physically ugly people. But their heads are ballooned to such a Goodyear blimp proportion. So she's come to the internet expecting she's going to get the same adoration that she got on broadcast television. Because you see, going back to broadcast television, first of all, it's not an option for Oprah because that's why your show got taken. But second of all, even if you could go back to broadcast television, that's not where the people are anymore. So she wants that energy. People, I need y'all to understand something here. I got to talk about this tonight for a minute. The energy is with the young. I don't have any time for anybody who wants to tell me to focus on a bunch of old folk. Go to hell. The energy is with the young. The motion is with the young. That is what it is. You ain't gotta like it. I didn't say you have to, but the energy and the motion is with the young. That's where it's at. And that's not going to change. You can dislike it, you can whatever, but that's where the motion is going to be. The energy is going to be there. The emotion and the energy is going to be with the young females who are competitive. They've got the goods. They're looking to build. There's going to be something new. Old women ain't got nothing to offer you except to deteriorate where you at. Old men ain't got nothing to offer unless they're still competing. The competition's with the young. So you want to be where the energy is. I need to remind you all, you do understand that the other word for money is currency. Damn! The other word for money is currency. Because they've always understood that a vibrant economy operates like electricity. Where there's a lot of energy, there's a massive economy. A strong economy is where there's lots of energy. And when there's not much energy, it's a weak economy. So you see, the energy is with the young. The motion is with the young. The innovation, the vibrancy, the hustle, the bustle, the prosperity is with the young. The society and where it's moving is with the young. The young will always, always be the future. That's the young. Oprah Winfrey ain't never been young. Never in her life. She's always been a pathetic old hag. Even when she was a teenager. And there were people who saw that was useful. They saw it was useful and they saw they could capitalize on it for themselves. But other than that, nothing. Nothing. So she's had a lot of time to sit there and vegetate. And then when she decides she wants to come back, well, she has to come to the internet because that's where the energy is. Now, please understand, most of her audience still owns televisions and they would tune in at 4 in the afternoon to see her today if she's back on TV. But she's come to the internet because that's where the masses, that's where the numbers are. And she wants that level of, and that magnitude of attention and response. She wants to be the hottest thing on YouTube like she once was on television. And that's not gonna happen here. Because you see, Oprah, your rep on television is not the one on the internet. The internet sees you completely differently because you can't control the narrative and you don't have any corporate friends to silence anyone. So the internet sees you radically differently than the previous generation did. Okay, but Oprah's trying to prime the pump and we're sitting up here, putting pressure on that energy. And now she just wants to shut you up. Now she just wants to shut you up. Because she could never win. Not now, not ever. You could never win. This is what would have happened to you on TV had there been a talk show host who was willing to counter program. You see, folks, and somebody in the chat room mentioned Roger King and his brother Michael. Those two guys, and by the way, can't help but notice there's a certain group of people who are always financing this kind of societal rot. I just couldn't help but notice that. They don't do it for their people, but they're very, very quick to do it for other folks. But I digress. No, I don't. But in any case, yeah, she doesn't have them anymore to fall back on. She doesn't have them anymore to come and protect their asset. She was never good on her own. She had white backers funding her degeneracy, and so she was their asset. So she could call them because they were the real power brokers. She never was. Now she got to get out here and hump it on her own, and she's looking to recreate that protected system she was in. And all she's really done is flop on her face out the gate. And she's angry, and she's mad. And now she has officially notified me that she's angry and she's mad. But here's where you screwed up for the 1,000th time, Oprah. Your whole life is just pratfalls on your face. You got plenty of cushioning for it. See, where you messed up at, baby, is you showed us you're scared. That's where you screwed up. See, you don't ever let your enemy know that you're afraid. You don't do that. You see, you gain power when people try to assail you and you are invincible. You just keep moving. They don't exist. See, that's how you gain power, Oprah. You've never been powerful. You've just been somebody's pet negress, but you've never been powerful. So when it was time for you to demonstrate power in this situation, you showed weakness. You blinked right out the gate. You were scared. You showed you were just scared. You showed who really runs it. You showed who's really got power. You showed who's really got authority. You showed you were scared. See, she wanted to make a few phone calls and find out, is there anybody who can get to me? Is there anybody who can pressure me? Is there anybody who can knuckle me under? Am I looking to climb for something? No, I'm not looking to climb for anything. I don't want a TV deal. I don't want a movie deal. I don't want a contract. I don't want nothing except to stomp you in the toothpaste. That's all I want. She doesn't have any leverage over here. It's like, okay, can we silence him because he's weighing us down? All I'm going to do now is just start talking about you on a regular basis. You should have just let this go. This would have been your epitaph. And yes, you would have been blunted, but you wouldn't have been humiliated and dogged out like you are tonight. That wouldn't have happened. Well, guess what? Now you get to be a full-time project. Now you get to be that. Now I get to remind people all the time of who you were and how pathetic you are. But by the way, if you had half a lick of brains, which you don't, but if you did, this is what you get being stupid. If you did, well, then you would have just been quiet. You just would have been quiet. You would have just brushed that off and kept walking. But people, that's the point. That's the problem. She didn't do that because she couldn't do it. That's all I want you all to know. Don't get it twisted about Russell Wilson and Ciara, what the real issue was, and don't get it twisted here. She didn't ignore it because she couldn't ignore it. It was in her face, and she obviously saw metrics that showed that, hey, this is weighing you down. We're looking for, y'all got to understand, folk like Oprah Winfrey, they pay companies to go check the feedback. They pay companies to go check the reach. They pay companies to check to see who's talking about it, where you're getting reposted, who is talking about your program. That's what they do. They go to check and see who is talking about you. Where's your reach? I need you all to understand something. In broadcast television, for example, that's one of the things when they're talking about reach, when they're talking about scores for that online, they're not talking about positive. They're talking about positive, negative, everything. The entire universe of interaction, mention, exposure, anything having to do with you. They count all of that now. All of it. Well, when they were looking into hers, the first thing they would have slammed face first like a bug into a windshield into would have been me. They were hoping that that was going to be her coming out party, and all they saw was me. And then they realized, damn, take a look at these numbers. Take a look at those numbers. That ain't good. That's not what we were looking for. We were hoping that this would be, she was going to have a lane wide open to herself. She wasn't supposed to have somebody sitting here putting straight headwinds on her. That wasn't supposed to be happening. So can we get it together a little bit better here? No, we can't. Oh, well, that's going to hurt you. So I just want you all to know that if you are looking for the video that I recently did about Oprah, what happened, I didn't take it down. But Oprah did. So she was very angry, very upset about that. You know, it is what it is. She's paid for some views. Y'all get that. She's paid for views and things like that. It's very, very clear. Stedman Graham is out here looking like damn me Uncle Colonel Sanders. Damn! And that's all she got left. So what she showed was she was pathetic and got beat. She's pathetic and got beat. She put up a video and she's angry that somebody put it in proper context. She is angry that it got put into its proper context. And she's worried now that when people look up her, they're looking me up too. They're looking up what I said. And she folded. I'm saying this because I want you all to understand something. The program that she put up, I'm pretty sure she paid for views because that's all they can do. But it says it got 3 million views so far. Pretty sure they're paying for that. But in any case, let's do an investigation YouTube and see how many bots there are. You all are registering as views. My video had somewhere around 60,000 views last time I saw it. I didn't look at it for a few days, but last time I saw it had around 60,000 views. The guy with 60,000 views broke the big fat face ugly mammy with 3 million views, allegedly, supposedly. You figure with 3 million views, why would she even acknowledge the existence of somebody criticizing her with 60,000 views? Because the 60,000 outweigh the 3 million. That's why. The 60,000 outweighs the 3 million. All of you understand something. Influence is not a matter of large numbers. Influence is a matter of response. It doesn't matter if you have 3 million views if people are meh about you. You got 60,000 and people are highly concerned. That 60,000 trumps the 3 million. And when she looked up and saw that it wasn't just like, if I had only had a couple of hundred views, do you think she would have done anything? Do you think she would have done that if I only had a couple of hundred views? No, she did that because, damn, this thing's on its way to 100,000 views. Shut that down. We're trying to polish her image. Shut that down. All it took was 60,000 views and Oprah Winfrey tapped out. Do not underestimate the power of your effectiveness if you are focused and skilled. Do not underestimate that. There are a bunch of folks out here that you think are on a bigger level, and it's not like that. Not like that at all. They just want you to believe it is because they got something to sell. They got something to sell. And they just want you to believe that you can't win, you can't get even, and you can't get out the game. They want you to believe that the old powers still run things. They want you to believe that the only folk who can really boost you are that everybody's looking to get on and you just looking for a deal. That you need to be looking for a new deal. They didn't want somebody to come along and say that era is dead and over. It's over. That was what wasn't supposed to happen. And that brings me back to Vice. You see, the old media is trying to run the conversation. They're trying to run it for a reason. I guarantee you that there's government collusion. There's certainly corporate collusion. I guarantee you that. What they don't want is us having a real conversation, because this real conversation is about you taking your power back. They're trying to influence you. Here's the issue and here's the problem with that. The problem with that is, hey, Vice, and by the way, as you all know, I've had my run-ins with Vice. As you all know, I had my run-ins with Vice. This is not the same little chick, but those of you who remember, I had my run-in with Vice. I want to say, what was that? For my third documentary, Race War, had the screening in New York. And Vice was calling the theater, interrogating them about me. They were calling the theater and interrogating them about me. They wanted to know, they didn't just want to know about the film. They wanted to know who it was. They asked the theater how I paid for it.
Nigga, what?
This is Vice, people. This is Vice. When I put that film out, they called the theater and they didn't just ask what the movie was, which the theater could not tell them, but they started asking about me specifically. And one of the things they asked about was, how did we pay for it? Now, Jason, how do you know this? Because I pay the theater and the theater called and told me.
And deal with it, nigga.
Jason, how do you know? Because I pay the theater, and because I pay the theater called me. They did not email me. They called me, and well, they did email me. Actually, they did email me. They emailed me, and after they emailed me, I called them, and we started chopping them. They're like, yeah, Vice called us, and they were asking all kinds of questions, and they even asked how you paid for it. We told them we can't disclose that. We can't disclose that kind of information. But yeah, they told me, they called them and asked them, how did I pay for it? So if you want to know what these people are really like, if it just seems like, Jason, you just really have no reverence for them. There's no reason to. People, I know these folks. It's not mystified to me. These are not elder gods of the universe. They're not supernatural beings. In most cases, not many, most cases, they are not even just mediocre. They're sub-mediocre and scummy. So no, I am not impressed by any of them. Not at all. Because there's nothing to be impressed about. I just wanted you all to know they've always been lame, and they've never had their finger on the pulse of anything. They had a brief moment where if they had been smart, they would have sold the thing. Like when Vice got that $1 billion valuation, which is garbage, but back a few years ago when they had that $1 billion valuation, they should have just sold everything then. They should have just sold it all right then, let it all go right then, because that was it. There's no way you could have maintained it. There's no way you could have maintained this. There's no way in the world you could keep that up. When you got your $1 billion valuation, it's time to leave. It's time to cash out because you will not be able to sustain this. You don't know the terrain. You don't know the people. You don't have a finger on the pulse. You people are inflating numbers because you need to have a viable media vehicle and you don't have one. So there's been a lot of people are wasting a lot of money trying to create one. Larry Ellison is over there wasting money right now buying CBS, which CBS's viewership is somewhere between the ages of 70 and dead. Do you all realize if you go to a hospital, do you know the channel that they have on the TV? Damn! Oh, did I go there? I went there. When you go to a hospital, people, and go to a hospital around 12 noon. Go to a hospital around 12 noon and check and see what's on the TV. Go see what's on the TV. In a lot of the cases, it'll be CBS. The other folk will be TV Land, which is pretty much the same. But yeah, by the way. So a lot of these people are trying to figure out how to get a vehicle going. And they're going back to broadcast television, which is dead and buried. And when they're coming to the internet, they're getting their asses broken open because the internet doesn't want the corporate stuff. The internet wants authenticity, and there's nothing that is corporate that is authentic. They don't want the old controlled people anymore. They know you're not real. So they don't want that. They want the real. And the phony corporate structure is trying to figure out how to circumvent that. Vice, you can't do it. Nobody's checking for you. Nobody's looking for you. You don't have a finger on the pulse. They're not looking to get your approval. You don't have an audience that you speak to. I'm the only person talking about this, and this is months and months later. And you really only did this to rage bait, and it didn't even work out. And this is why you're losing, man. This is why you're losing. And you'll continue to lose. So I'm really only documenting this to just show, by the way, you're losing, and you're losing bad. And this is what it is. You don't have your finger on the pulse. You don't speak for the people. And the people aren't coming to you and looking to you for guidance on the issues. They're not doing it. And they won't do it. And it'll never happen. And you never had that kind of pull to begin with. And that's the real reason that the old corporate media is dead. The corporate media is dead because this. And I've been trying to warn other people, you're going on TV and you're talking against the facts because you're trying to figure out how to have a society that subjugates men into getting back into their workhorse position because you told the women to have abortions at will and the only men left don't want to produce in a society that there's not a reward for. And so you're trying to kick them in the ass and just get them to do that. How do we get these men back producing again? And it's not working. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the link to the Zoom is now open, and you are more than welcome to give us a call if you'd like to. It's up to you. But you're more than welcome to go ahead and give us a call. We'll be glad to speak with you here. In the meantime, I'd like to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to a nice program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to my man, Whoa Nationality. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. We appreciate that. To Tom Slick, Technical Brute, Ianto, As IBB, and everyone else here. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that. And you got to understand something. This is the other thing right here. You see, Oprah, the reason why y'all can't rise, the reason you can't rise is because of what I just did. You see, I talk to the people. I don't talk at them. You all loved broadcast television and broadcast radio because you could program people. It was a one-way conversation and people did not expect the ability to have a two-way conversation. That's what you all loved. You come to the internet now people expect a two-way conversation, the one that you were able to deny them for decades and decades. And you're not ready. But this is what people expect. So you see, you can't do this. Now, I didn't say you won't do it. You can't do it. And this is why you'll never be able to beat us. Because I can say something you won't, that you can't. Hey, if you want to speak to me, call me up. All right, we got some folks who are lined up on Zoom here. Let's go ahead and punch in. All right, we got some folks over here on Zoom. Let's see if we can get everybody to punch in here. I got Andre here on Zoom. I'm working on it anyway here, so there you go. All right, got my man Andre calling in from Florida. What's on your mind, brother?
Very, very quickly. Long story short, I think it's about money. Okay, if you notice how the complaining device article is unpaid work for this emotional support from men. So when you if you think about it, all of this in modern feminism, the modern third wave feminism, it always comes down to subsidize. It always comes down to funds. It always comes down to money. How do I get money? This is why you have more and more cases with women seeking alimony when they're not married. After they dated a guy with money for a couple of years, now they want alimony. So it's a conundrum. Modern day feminism has this conundrum, a dilemma, a problem that has no solution for them. That they want complete independence from men, right? But at the same time, we all know that women cannot compete with men when it comes to producing at any level, at upper management level or some guy working at a warehouse compared to a woman in an office. If both of them make 22 an hour, the guy at the warehouse will put in 15 overtime hours a week for 10 years and end up with way more money than the woman. Same thing at management level. So notice that it's always about money. I sense this urgency for them to get money and get resources from men somehow, some way. That's why you see these articles complaining, and when you look at it, it's complaining about them doing a work that they're not paid for. We were told for 50 years that men didn't open up, and now they're a little bit. Some guys open up to women a little bit more often, and immediately you get articles like this. And it's all about money. It's all about subsidies. It's all about getting these funds from the government, programs and experts and organizations, non-profits. You see it a lot in the alphabet community too, in the alphabet movement. When you have the trans fighting with non-binaries, because they're fighting over resources. That's really what they're fighting for. It's not about it's not about principles. I think it's about money. I think it's just another try from women, from modern women, trying to get resources from them. Especially,
well, I mean, look, the society has shifted. In the 20th century, the World War II generation was revolutionary. I was watching the comedy skit today from George Carlin, and he reserved some particular rancor for baby boomers, and everything he said about them were right. They were spoiled rotten. They got everything handed to them on a silver platter. They had sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And as soon as Gen X comes along, they tell us no more sex, no more drugs, no more rock and roll. And they become the conservatives, telling everybody to sit down because they sucked up everything. Well, the government likes that. The government likes a quiet, placated population. The government wants you to simply contribute to whatever their goals are. Take a look at China. China does not want you to have personal fulfillment. They want you to do everything for the benefit of the party, which is the government. And that's it. To them, that's the ideal society, where the individuals simply produce and the folks at the top take care of distributing the resources and will maintain everything from here. And you need to subjugate any of your ideas of personal fulfillment, personal happiness. You need to be happy with the state doing well. You need to be happy with the, quote, economy doing well. Who cares if you have no part in it? Who cares if there's no prosperity for you? You just need to be happy that we say things are going well. And now they're over here trying to construct that. When you have a situation where Elon Musk, and by the way, I saw a cartoon from The Guardian today. If Elon Musk gets his $1 trillion that Tesla says they're going to give him, $1 trillion, there was a good point that said, man has been around we've had man society around for like 300,000 years. If you gave somebody $9,000 a day for 300,000 years, they still would have less than $1 trillion. If you had a caveman who was still alive today and was still getting $9,000 a day, he still wouldn't have $1 trillion yet if he'd been alive for 300,000 years. Now you stack that on top with all the others, the Mark Zuckerbergs and whatnot. This is where you are. Okay, well, if you squeeze the wealth and everything up to the top like that, you want the guys at the bottom to be quiet about that. You don't want them to say, hey, there's a problem. So you have to placate them. You have to distract them. Bring the drugs, bring the booze, bring the broads. If it sounds like the mafia, well, congratulations. But do you notice if you take a look over the last 40 years, what did you have? Drug epidemic, porn epidemic, cell phones, distraction epidemic. Then we want to make sure you are distracted on every single level. So you are not focused on what's happening, or at least you don't get mobilized about what's happening at the top. Because fellas with a video game console and porn aren't fighting the system. Although they found out, by the way, actually that does happen. The women are supposed to be used to pressure us. That's the only reason they're doing that. Because like, okay, they don't have the folks. Elon Musk doesn't have a way to pressure us. We don't care what he says. So they're trying to figure out somebody that we'll listen to. Somebody who has influence with us that will listen to them, and they can get us back on the plantation and get us back to work. And most of all, get you to work and shut up. Stop complaining, stop, and damn sure stop revolting, and stop expecting anything more. So you're right about the resources part of it, sure, but it's not so much the resources between men and women. It's the resource between those at the top who are perpetuating this. Because take a look at him, Elon Musk. How many kids he got again? By how many different females? Wow. You try that and see how you get judged. You try it. Same thing with Mark Zuckerberg. We can go down the list. These folks around here got all kinds of shady things going on, but they don't want you to have the power to do that. So they want you to focus on this. And it's not for the women, because they understand that's not going to elevate the women. They just want the women to get personal satisfaction because you're going to be the ones we use to subjugate the men. And you'll get satisfaction from that. You're not a mother. We talked you into aborting all your kids. Population's declining as a result, except in certain societies. Certain segments of the society is not declining, but overall, especially in white society, is declining. Okay, well, how do you manage that? If you empower the men, they'll want more. If you empower the women, they won't work as hard as the men. So what do? How do we get the men to work and not demand empowerment? That's what this is about. So they're trying to gin the women up for it. Or at least they're writing bullcrap articles that, as I pointed out, are complete fiction. And this is intended to gaslight you into thinking that something else is happening. It's not. But there's not a bunch of fellas out here crying and whining and looking on. They don't know which lie they want to tell. Either it's men lack emotional intelligence, or men are a bunch of mama's boys and leaning on women. But if we don't have access to women, how you leaning on them? The article did that too. So they're just saying things, bro. They're just saying things, but what they're really hoping is that you'll surrender. Just give up. I think this article is written more for females than men. They're trying to galvanize the females and say, okay, ladies, we need to start withholding sex. Okay, but you've heard this story before. Withhold sex, now get the men in line. That's the goal. Okay, ladies, withhold sex now, and these men are messing up, so withhold the sex, and this will yank the leash on the dog. And that's not going to work either. We got the holidays coming up.
You know, one of the things I tell because I was born in another country and lived there for a few years, lived in a couple of other places in between jobs. And I tell everybody that for those that don't know outside, the U.S. elite, right, the elites at the top, right, there have been more successful than in any other country. No other country elites have been more successful to distract the people at the bottom of things and issues to keep their attention away from those elites. Like the old Lyndon B. Johnson quote that keeps going around nowadays with the whole MAGA civil war, that all you need and Lyndon B. Johnson, he knew white people. I mean, he was the master of the Senate. He controlled the states in the South for 20 years. He knew the South left and right, and he said it's really easy to control white people, the poor whites. All you got to do is convince them that, hey, there's a black guy there, there's a black man there that if he has a little bit less than you, and that's all they need to be happy. You see it nowadays too. You see with the whole, even sometimes I think that Nick Fuentes, even though he's not a pawn, but he's being used for the same thing. When you hear Nick Fuentes talking about the white the man that have been left behind, the man that have been the man that don't have a voice. So now white people don't have a voice. But the whole point is that when you hear Nick Fuentes and you listen to his complaints, these are class issues. They're class issues. They're not race issues. They're class issues. Like if you look at the numbers, the top 1% of the 1%, right? The top 0.101%, right? The top 35,000 richest people in the U.S. They are 400% richer than 15 years ago, while everybody else is the same or struggling, right? So that's that right there. That tells you where the money went, right? That tells you where the resources went and who got the spoils in the last 15 years. I like to say 15 years. The subprime mortgage crisis until now, right? The Mark Zuckerberg is 20 times richer than 15 years ago, right? So yeah, as you say, sure. Let's have the women, complain about, having them to support the men. It's too much work to listen to a man. Since when? I mean, we were told for 20. I mean, and it's true. Like that might be wise by this time because we've been told for a century that we don't open up the men, right? And now it's too much work. Now
they're claiming we're opening up too much. It's like, okay, which lie are you going to stick with here? Do we not open up, or suddenly we do? Which one is it? Because you were just complaining last week that we don't.
Right. So forget that the media, and I work in finance. I work with mortgages. And forget that the median income used to be half of the median house price, maybe half, maybe 2.5 less. Now it's 7, 8, 9 times. I mean, you go to California, the median income, some zip codes, it's 9 times smaller.
Dude, and they talking about 50-year mortgages. I told you all about the 40-year mortgages 5 years ago. I said that 5 years ago when nobody was talking about it. Now they sent out Trump to go float 50 years.
To be fair, I think that's just Trump messing up. I think that somebody got in his ear. Somebody told Trump, "Hey, Trump, Mr. President, look at this. Look at here, this FDR portrait of the 30-year mortgage. Now we're gonna have your portrait with the 50-year mortgage." And Trump, who doesn't know what a mortgage is because he's never like a regular house mortgage. I mean, Trump said that he has never bought groceries before. I don't know if people remember that. The guy has never bought groceries.
Well, I mean, look, 50-year mortgages are a thing in commercial real estate, in international real estate. So mortgages, claims to land, payments that have to go on for 50 or 100 years. Now that is something, but not up until now, that has not existed in the residential area. No, I don't think that's accidental. I don't think that's accidental at all. I think that that's literal. I don't think, of course, you can never tell when Trump's on his rocker or not. Yeah. But then again, he's never coming up with his own ideas. These come from other people. This comes from the Scott Bessents. This comes from the Voights. This comes from them. And he's only going to be one term for a moment. All right, y'all, it's Friday night, so they're going to be messing with me. It is Friday night, so you know for a fact they're going to be messing with me. You know they will. All right, let me jump back over here on Zoom right quick. Let me make sure. Might have to pin another link. I'm not sure. It might have killed the old one. It might have killed the old link. Just in case it killed the old link, let me see if I can throw a new one up. All right. There you go. All right. So if you're on Zoom there before, like I say, it's Friday night. You know they're gonna give me the business. You know they're gonna miss. Oprah's over there making phone calls. What? Y'all know how it goes. Oprah's man, y'all know how it is. Oprah made a few phone calls.
You know he's talking about me again. You know he is, right?
I see you, you potato built heifer. I see you. So y'all know she made a few phone calls, but they can't hold us back. They can't hold us back. All right, we're talking here tonight about man keeping. No, that is not going to become a term. It's not going to become a thing because ain't nobody keeping no men. People, the reason why this is stupid is because there is no man keeping. Ain't nobody keeping no men. They never have. This is to tell females, aren't you very upset? You need to demand more. As a matter of fact, you women need to demand that the men not be so emotional. Wait a minute, but you spent the last 4 or 5 years telling us about men need to focus on emotional intelligence. Now they're saying exactly the opposite. That men need to be less focused on they're telling the women, stop expecting men to be emotional. Don't you see where that's going? This article was written for the women to tell the women, stop insisting that men be so emotional. Well, then the only thing men can do is go to work. So this article was actually written for the women, people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This article was written for the women. It was written to tell the women, stop expecting men to be emotional. Oh, the only thing that you need to insist on the men getting to work and doing manly stuff. Let's go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. We're back live and in motion here. Okay, Jay is on Zoom. I don't see anything, Jay. So flip something on for me there. Okay. All right, Jay, what's on your mind? Unmute yourself, Jay. He is being confounded by this newfangled technology.
Yeah, I know, right? Can you hear me now, Jason?
All right, Jay, what's on your mind?
Man, I called earlier. It disconnected and everything, so I don't know. And I only called you to say you're speaking truth to power. And I guess it was some real power because they connect all the power. But we back up and running. Man, so that's it, man. You're doing your thing. Man, you're going crazy, bro. I can't even say nothing. You're going crazy. Keep preaching, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And just to remind you all, this man keeping thing one more time before they cut me off. This article was not for the men. This article is for the women to alter the women's behavior. But do you see the psyop here? Ladies, stop. This article is telling the women, stop looking to have an emotional interaction with the men. Well, isn't that what the men have been saying the whole time? Yeah, but they want to redirect that energy. Yeah, stop having that emotional interaction with them and instead get them in to do this other thing over here. Okay, Opal was on Zoom. I had Opal on Zoom there for a moment. So Opal, I'm sure that was Opal and not Oprah, but Opal was on Zoom there. Now she isn't. So don't know where you went there, Opal. Don't know where you went, but in any case, so this is a whole different thing right here. Back in the broadcast television days, back in broadcast media days, see, they can do an interview with you and then they can edit the interview however they want to. So this is different. What people like about the internet is that they get all the information. They get all the insight. So when somebody tells you, like with the Charlie Kirk, that things are out of context, it can't be out of context. You can play the whole thing. That's the difference here in the internet. You see, back in the days of Oprah, or back in the days of the waning days of Vice, when they could be on TV, you could edit interviews and chop it up however you wanted to, and you could make it look however you wanted to, and you can give the impression that you wanted to. Over here, we can have the whole conversation. We can analyze this from 720 degrees. We can examine your motives. We can do that. That's something that wasn't happening before. It wasn't happening. And they wanted to go back to that. They wanted to go back to the days where you just had one person speaking. It was a one-way conversation, and your job was to do what you see Oprah doing here. She just talks and you just have a great big can of shut the hell up. That's what you do. You do that. You just sit here and listen to her hold court, whether she's right, whether she's wrong. You just suck down the formula. You just suck up the drug. And that's all. Now you're in a situation here, we're having two-way conversations. We get to challenge these things. See, Oprah was never challenged. Vice was never challenged. They were never required to prove that the garbage that they were saying was anything more than propaganda. They're not used to this. They're used to just, you shut up, sit down, listen, do as you're told. And these elitist bastards are actually trying to do it again. You just shut up and just do what we tell you. You do what we tell you, you do what we expect. See, the difference here is, and I really want folk to demand that. It is not enough to have somebody behind a microphone just talking. These are supposed to be two-way conversations. If somebody puts a position out there, you should be allowed the ability and the avenue to be able to question that directly, not through middlemen, not through secondary chapters. The person who said it is the person that you should be able to address. If they have a program to say those things, you should be able to call them up and challenge that. You shouldn't be allowed to troll, but you should be able to call them up and challenge that. Oprah doesn't want that. She's never wanted that. And that's what tells you that what she's saying is invalid and illegitimate, because she doesn't want it challenged. You see, I invite that. Those of us who are real and authentic, we invite those challenges. And this is where we can find out what's real and what's phony. This is where we can find out what's what. But the people trying to lie to you, well, they don't want you to challenge anything. They just want you to consume. You watch, you shut up. And that's it. But they do not want to offer an open avenue where if you hear something that's not right, well, you can just call them up. That's why it's called programming. See, there are all kinds of people with all kinds of crazy, whacked out ideas. Let me introduce y'all to something here. There are people who realized centuries ago that if you're a degenerate, you go to prison, you go to jail. Society ain't rocking with it. So if you want to be a degenerate, you have to be rich. If you are rich enough, you will have the latitude to be able to indulge in whatever hedonistic debauchery that you could possibly imagine. Enter Jeffrey Epstein. Enter Epstein Island. Enter Diddy and the Freak Off. If you really want to get in, however you want to, in whatever sleazy, perverted fashion you want, well, then you got to make sure that paper's stacked up thick. Okay, but that's not enough. It is not enough for the paper to be stacked up thick. You've got to change the society because you need to have new recruits. You need to have new people that you can recruit and convert. So you take a look at what's happened to the movies, what's happened to the music, what's happened to the culture. It's turned into a giant whorehouse culture. And what do you know? All of a sudden, the Epsteins have this very, very rich, fertile field of new recruits. Young females whose sexuality has reached a very open, degenerate nature. And all of a sudden, these guys who used to be very, very sparse for options, now they've got options all over the place. That is not accidental. They didn't have enough of these options before. They wanted to have a lot more. You've got to start cultivating the society. Now you have to start telling the men that as long as the person in front of you calls themselves a woman, you should be willing to engage in sex with them. You can be a heterosexual male. Oh, that's perfectly fine. You're still heterosexual. It doesn't matter if they're a biological woman or a trans woman. You should be equally ready to go with either of them. They've been trying a constant drumbeat of that. Well, why would they do that? Well, it worked with slutting the females out. Turning the females into slut culture, that worked over there. So now they're trying to hammer the men. Because it worked. Not trying it because it didn't work. They're trying it because it did with the females. So recognize what you're seeing. They're not doing this because they don't know. They're doing it because they've seen it work before. What they're not accustomed to is us pushing back against it. See, when Oprah would do a program, here's the way in which they rigged the game. We want to talk to people with credentials and psychologists. Those are the most screwed up people in the room. Those are the most screwed up people in the room. There's nobody more screwed up and illegitimate to speak than somebody who's got a doctorate from an Ivy League university. Because they've already been broken and indoctrinated into the perverted system. So that's the last person who needs to be speaking. That's the last one that we need to treat as an authority. See, that's what's changed. Used to be they went to go grab somebody who called themselves a doctor or professor or some sort of, quote, expert, and that person would have sway. Now that's no longer the case. Nobody's looking for somebody with a doctorate or a degree to tell us that 2 + 2 = 8. See, there's where you're out of control right there. You see, if they tell you 2 + 2 = 5, you're supposed to be like, okay, 2 + 2 = 5. But now you're no longer saying that. Well, that's problematic. Can't have that. You're not under control. You're not going to just roll with the program. You're going to be asking questions about these things. You're going to be asking, by the way, where'd the wealth go? See, what they want today, they want men to work 10 times harder than they were before, only to get nothing. We have whole areas of this country where you can't build anything. There are whole areas right now you can't build anything, except the rich folk. Well, yeah, because the rich, a $500,000 house, that's bubble gum money. That's stuck in between the couch seats money. That means nothing to them. But it is just enough to prevent you from being viable. So that doesn't actually cost them anything, but it is enough to stop you. The majority of you, that's enough to stop you. Just enough. So you see, if we can get you into a job where the wages are low enough that you better show up for work every day or you lose everything, constrict the housing market to the point that only all the investment banks are being allowed to buy up everything. See, there are securities investments that you can't get into unless you're an accredited investor. What? Oh man, I ain't supposed to talk about this? Yeah, I need you all to understand. There are investments that you cannot make or get into unless you are a quote accredited investor. Oh, y'all, let me go ahead and educate you all right here on a few things that Oprah, Fat Face Winfrey, and none of these other folk will talk to you all about. You see, it's in the law. This is not a matter of how you feel. This is in the law. All my Wall Street heads will tell you. It's in the law. You can't do these things otherwise. You can just sit on the outside looking in. Without that, it don't work. And let's be clear. Let's be clear now. For example, for an accredited investor, you have to have $1 million, $2 million. To be an accredited investor, I believe you have to have like at least $1 million, or at least $1 million in net worth. You have to have at least a net worth of $1 million. So just understand you have to have like a net worth of $1 million, or your income has to be in the hundreds of thousands. It can't just be 100,000. It's got to be in the hundreds of thousands. So it's either going to be like a net worth of like $1 million or $2 million, or your income has to be in the hundreds of thousands. And then you have a number of hoops you have to go through in order to get approved. So that is not just enough to have those. And then you're going to have a bunch of stuff beside that to be able to get approved for it. See, that's the law. People, that's not a matter of how you feel. That's the law. You got to do that. You have to do that. Okay, that's one. You want to know another one? If you want to get the most tax breaks for real estate, you have to be a real estate professional.
Nigga, what?
Oh, ain't nobody told you this. If you want to get the real tax breaks that you can get for real estate, then you have to be a quote real estate professional. That doesn't mean you have to be a realtor or something. A real estate professional is a professional classification. And it goes to the IRS and things. I won't bore you to death with it, but basically that dealing in real estate is your, I can't even really say primary source of income. That dealing in real estate is your, developing real estate and dealing in real estate is your sole source of income. I can't even say that it's primary. In order to get all the tax breaks that you can really get to get the real good stuff in real estate, you have to be a real estate professional. You can't dabble in real estate on the side. It doesn't matter how large your real estate holdings are. You can't just dabble in real estate on the side. Real estate has to be your bread and butter. It has to be, that's all you do. Like the real estate developers in New York and Miami, it has to be, that's all you do. You can't just be somebody who does one thing and then real estate's kind of a side thing you do, or real estate is a separate venture. No, this is it. And that's the law. That's the law. That's not your opinion. That's not a, well, if you live here, not there. No, this is the law. Either you do this or you don't. Either you qualify or you don't. So you want to talk about locking down the wealth? You want to talk about locking it down? And then they drop your little millennium, Gen Z, Gen Alpha fruit booty out here and telling you about a 50-year mortgage?
Oh, please.
Do you understand that? They want to sit up here and tell you about a 50-year mortgage and a $500,000 house. And then, of course, we need to make sure that all the investment banks are able to do whatever they want to. But you as a man should not complain. See, I'm trying to peel back the layers on the onion here. I want to peel back the layers on the onion here because I want you all to understand something. I couldn't help but notice all the people who are telling you be quiet. Everything is centered around telling the men be quiet, that the men complain too much. Yeah, but we ain't complaining to the women. Women don't take care of men. Well, we have done a lot of complaining to the government, though. So here comes Vice to tell the women, hey, tell those men, quiet down with all that complaining. Tell the men that it's a sign of emotional immaturity if you're complaining. The men need to stop grumbling, stop murmuring. They need to just suck it up. If you got a problem, go talk to a therapist. People, what the hell? How much good has therapists done for females? What? How much good has the therapist done for females? How long has Oprah been going to go see her therapist? Does anybody think that she's turned out well? And please tell me, what is going to a therapist supposed to do about the government's mismanagement of the country and the government's corruption? How is going to a therapist going to resolve that? You see, the way that psychology is practiced today, therapists are there to make you comfortable with situations you cannot change and to get you to a point where you rationalize it or accept that you can't change it. You've never seen a therapist who told you how you were going to change the political situation. First thing they're going to tell you is there's nothing you can do about that. Then what the hell am I going to the therapist for? Keep going to the therapist until you accept that there's nothing you can do about it. And then go back to work and shut up. And if you feel bad about it, go back to the therapist who will hold your hand for an hour and then push you back out there to go accept the system as it is. So the only options they want to give you are things that will not alter anything. No, you don't need to talk to a therapist about the government. You need to be talking to your fellow citizens, and that includes your woman. If what the government is doing is bothering you, if them allowing Wall Street and the institutional establishment, financial establishment to take over everything, if that's bothering you, hell yeah, you're supposed to be talking to everybody about that. Isn't this interesting that the people who have the biggest megaphones, they're the ones who want everybody else to shut up? The folks who have millions and hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, do you notice what they're all doing today? They're not saying that we want everyone to talk and converse more. They're telling everybody shut up. And that includes Elon Musk. What? Oh yeah, by the way, that includes that bastard. Remember, Elon was all for free speech and say what you please, right up until people said that they don't like the H-1B visas. Then Elon started telling everybody to shut up. Did you get that? They told them to be quiet. Remember that? That's what they were doing there. Y'all understand that? Even Elon was supposed to be your buddy, he's supposed to be your pal, and he's the free speech absolutist, and everything is okay and everything's wonderful. He was supposed to be that, remember? He was supposed to be that. Right up until you said something he didn't like. Then he became Mr. Y'all need to just shut up. You all need to be quiet. So that's what they're really all about. That's what they're really all about right there, is that you need to just be quiet. See, this is what the folks with money are doing today. They're all getting together and telling the general population, shut up, go back to work, be quiet, stop complaining, and just let us do what we do up here. Let us do what we do. But all we need for you all to do is have a great big glass of shut the hell up. And then you see ridiculous articles like this going after the warrior class, going after the men and saying the men need to be quiet now. Hey, men, you need to be quiet. Okay, well, if we get quiet, what else is there for us to do? If we have a problem with something and we don't say anything about it, well, what is it exactly you're expecting us to do? Because this problem is still bothering us. So what exactly is it that you're asking of us? Well, you just need to be okay with the problem. Or if you do have a problem with it, just talk to yourself and your therapist about it. Talk to your therapist, talk to yourself, but don't you get out of line. Because then you start asking different questions. So yes, the system doesn't want to come at the men directly. That's a suicide mission. They don't want to come at the men directly, so they're doing what they've always done, the Eve strategy, the Garden of Eden strategy. See if you can use the females and see if you can recruit them to get the men into line. See if you can recruit the females and get them to pressure the men. Pressure the men to do what? Tell the men to stop being emotional. Haven't the women always complained that the men are not emotional enough? Yeah. Change the rules. Tell them to stop being emotional. If they're unhappy about something, go talk to your therapist. But the men don't have therapists. Tell the men to get one. Now, let me go further. They want you to go get a therapist because the government controls the therapists.
Nigga, what?
Oh, y'all didn't know that. Oh, see, the government controls the therapists. Well, Jason, that's not, oh, yes, it is. Prove that. Oh, I can absolutely prove it. People, remember, first of all, where do you have to get your licensing credentials from? Who decides if you are a licensed therapist? Who decides if you qualify for that? Do you get to make that determination on your own? I got folks in here who are licensed therapists. Do you get to make the determination on your own that you are qualified to be a therapist, that you're good enough for it? Or does somebody else, a government body, have to license you? That they confirm, yes, this person has learned the rules according to us. This person has learned the rules according to us. And we certify that this person now qualifies to be a mental health professional because we have tested them, evaluated them, they've been through our schools, they've been through our courses, and they have demonstrated that they understand the world according to us. And if at any time during your practice as a mental health professional, you start doing things they don't like, what will happen to your certification or your license? Oh, when I first said that, by the way, the government controls the therapists, you kind of sat there and fought it in your mind. This nigga don't even know what I'm talking about. He always saying, you reaching, Jason. And now I said all this, ooh, hell. Yeah, see, the government sets the rules for the therapists. So when the government sends out a new update, and hands it over to the American Psychological Association, and tells them or puts it in the DSM. When they hand out the new rules from the APA or the DSM, and they tell you, here's the new reality. When you're counseling people, here's the new rules of society. Now they're telling the men to go and speak to their bought and paid for controlled henchmen. Oh boy. Well, no wonder. Now that puts a new color on this, doesn't it? That Vice is telling you that you need to go talk to the therapist. You mean you're bought and paid for henchmen? Okay. Let's go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom right quick. We got Facts of Life here on Zoom. Okay, Facts of Life, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I just wanted to chime in on this Oprah crap. Oprah is part of the reason why I have thought about getting dogs and cats in my life. I'm an older, mature woman. I'm over 55. And she fed us all these lies about you don't need a man. You don't need anybody. She made us become victims of, like men were the problem. We were perfect. We deserve better. And she was the poster child for Black women being delusional. She was the biggest part of the problem. Now that I'm looking at it, because we thought she was the god. She was our Black goddess. And now I'm beginning to think so all that stuff she said about her childhood, were they all made up lies too? Because Oprah is the reason why a lot of us have dogs and cats today and will be working for the rest of our lives.
Well, like I say, governments think in terms of decades and centuries. Businesses think in terms of quarters and years now, except the really smart ones, so don't fall for that one either. But governments think in terms of decades and centuries. Lyndon Johnson said what was going to happen with Black folk. They'll be voting for us for 50 years. I mean, he said that at the time they passed an act. They'll be voting for us for half a century. He knew he was going to be long gone. And yet they had accurately predicted the ramifications and outcome of that one piece of legislation. Well, yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. So when they told you all about abortion, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Now, do you notice? I want you to think about something for a few moments. Do you notice that the affluent never do that? Do you notice the real rich folk never do that? They have big ass families. The Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, Elon Musk, if you call that a family. I can go down the list. They don't ever put in the Kennedys. When you start talking about the wealth, oh, by the way, yeah, they got big families. It looks like a damn amphitheater when they got to show up for Thanksgiving. They have to have servants because there would be so many people showing up. While they're telling you about the joys of abortion. So that's what they're selling to you. So the wealthy keep their replenishment rate up. They make sure they have their 2 kids. They're telling you to have 0. They make sure they have at least 2 children. They make sure about that. Take a look at the Kardashians. I can go down the list, baby. Y'all don't want that. Take a look at the Kardashians. How many children did Kris Kardashian have? What? Now, how many did Kim and Kourtney and Khloe and Kylie and Kendall have? Damn! Oh, because Jason's just making this up. He hasn't really followed this through, right? So they give you a whole... They'll sit up there and talk about the joys of abortion. Ain't none of them hopping up on the table. They're giving that to you and telling you that's what you need to do. But that's not what they need to do.
And that's why that's why we need to, this media, when they post somebody up like Oprah with all these lies and fairy tales, and that's why we need people like you giving us the truth on your other channel, because if you weren't the authority, we would be getting half-assed. We wouldn't be getting any news. And that's where the problem comes in. We believe everything these folks crap out to us. We believe all of it. We fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Well, that's the way it was because you had broadcast television. Broadcast television was actually very narrow. You only had a few stations, and because it was expensive and very complicated, it wasn't just expensive, it was also complicated. Going through the FCC process and getting a license and all that, it was very expensive, very time consuming, and very complicated. So it was very narrow to a very, very few people. But you had the whole nation huddled around those few sources. So if you could control those few sources of broadcast information, then you could control the society. What we didn't understand then, which has now become apparent today, is that in addition to all that, it was a one-way conversation. The problem with when Richard Nixon said, I've lost Cronkite, so I've lost the country. The problem with that is that what they didn't put that in context to what there was. Walter Cronkite was a one-way conversation. He didn't have conversations with the American people. He just talked at the American people. But nobody in the American people got to question him or push back on that or say, okay, I got some questions. It was Walter's way or nothing. And that was the way it was. The president was used to that too. It's going to be his way or nothing. So the people were assaulted by these one-way conversations. Now we can actually start questioning things. We can scrutinize it. We've got social media and a bunch of avenues specifically constructed to facilitate a two-way conversation. So now everyone is skeptical of everything. Remember, 24 years ago, they told you 9/11 was terrorists and this, that, and the other. Today, everybody believes it's an inside job. You're old enough to remember they tried very, very hard to squash that when it first happened. Ain't no, it's all terrorists right here. And the fact that they let bin Laden's family leave the country, they grounded every plane in the country except theirs. Now, we all remember that one. All the planes in America were immediately grounded except one. There was one that said, yeah, we're leaving. And Bush made the call, okay, let them leave. That right there, you knew that this was a scam right then, right there. And they've been trying to tell you ever since, nope, perfectly normal, nothing wrong here. Now, you try that. You try going into a building, there's a mass shooting, and then they tell everybody to get on the ground, and you say, I'm leaving. You try that. There was a mass shooting, you have the last name and the description of the person they're looking for, and you tell them, I'm leaving. Yeah, everybody else is going to stay here. I'm leaving. And then they let you leave. You tell me if that could ever occur. So, like I say, at that point right there, folks, how much more evidence do you need of the scam? Oprah Winfrey, and as you know, the U.S. government has been on a nonstop crusade to cripple and hobble black society any which way they can. The media has been especially recruited for that. Oprah was an extremely successful tool in that regard. She screwed up a whole generation of black females to get them to think it's cool. It's the cool thing, the in thing. Chancellor Williams talked about that. The great Chancellor Williams talked about that when he was young, that's what they did to popularize drugs among black folk. That it's the cool thing to do. It's the in thing. It's the hip thing to do. It's the in thing to do. Next thing you know, it's all the clubs. It's all your functions. It's the hip thing to do. Without ever explaining to you why it's hip, why it's cool. It's the in thing to do. Oprah became the in thing to do. Just the next iteration of that. Hey, for you females, well, yeah, you could say yes to men, but it's the in thing to do now to say no. To just be childless and stupid. And Oprah will sit here with you every afternoon to cheer you on. I said all that explanation to say, and that was a long-term investment. How long did they keep her on the television? 30 years? That was 20-something years. That was a long-term investment. They were willing to keep that up because she was there to belch out this garbage every day. And they're like, we'll check back on it in 25 years. And sure enough, what did you find? The females are disagreeable for the sake of being disagreeable. They said that they were the women, you gave them a formula to be lesbians, was what you really did. That was a formula to create a generation of lesbians. The problem is they're so disagreeable they can't even get along with other women. Any woman with a hair salon can tell you that one. Any woman who's ever tried to manage a group of females can tell you that one. So they're just disagreeable to be disagreeable. As they've gotten older, they're lonely. They're on medications because women do not deal well with isolation. The psychos at Vice have no problem with you being on a bunch of antidepressants. Well, that doesn't mean you're healthy. That actually means the opposite. But Vice will tell you you're taking control of your life. Go see your therapist, get your pills, and you're taking control of your life. You've got children, but they don't really have an affinity for you because you've never been a real motherly figure, because you are conditioned to be disagreeable, which also means that you see men and children as being somehow getting in the way of your life. There's the man and the children are interruptions. And you're such a great, wonderful goddess, and if it wasn't for this man and these damn kids over here, you could really be great. Great at what exactly? Anything I want to do. Yeah, you haven't answered the question yet. So they kept feeding you that. All for the purposes of destroying our numbers. Any which way, from any which avenue. The music, the movies, the TV, the drugs, whatever. On top of the fact that you're economically depressed. Everything's been mobilized to do that. And now you see the end result. They never counted on the fact that we would have our own media and have these discussions amongst ourselves. They thought they took over the churches and we own the clergy, so we control that. No, it's a new day. It's a new day, and marching Oprah, that's not going to win you anything. But at this point, you are correct. The damage is done for a lot of y'all that in the middle of that, they made an investment and they were hoping that enough of you would listen. And there were a good number who did. And they knew the consequences of it. They knew that mathematically speaking, this is going to be disastrous for anybody who listens to her. And what do you have? You have a bunch of females who spent their lives in nursing. They spent their lives in housekeeping. They spent their lives in academia chasing useless psychology and sociology degrees. They spent their lives in social work. And they've looked back over the last 20 or 30 years where they're supposed to be seeing develop their best memories of their life. There's the whole point. You don't get your 20s back. You don't get your 30s back. You don't get your 40s back. They're supposed to be looking backwards over the best years of their life. They're supposed to have a stockpile in a warehouse of their sweetest, most cherished memories. And they don't. They don't. And now, where's Oprah? She's sitting right where the hell y'all left her. She's still sitting right there. She's just as pathetic now as she was then. She's just a lot older. And what do you know, she's still sitting there to welcome you all into the sisterhood of failure. And now she's back to say, by the way, have you ditched that man yet? For the few stupid of you who did get married, by the way, did you ditch his ass just yet so you can get back over here with me? And what I'm saying is that even the ones who did listen to her, you're going to be doomed, because if you've listened to her, you've already been poisoned. If you do get with a man, you'll never be happy or satisfied with it. You'll just be a problem for him now. And eventually, your goal with getting with him will be to leave him. Your goal of getting with him will not be to be with him. Your goal with getting with him will be to exercise power, and the ultimate power is to get him to waste his time. So if you do get with him, your goal will ultimately be to leave him, not to stay. Because you got to get back to being great by yourself. So you're meant to be a mother so you can stop being a mother. And you're meant to be a wife so you can stop being one. And so Oprah's pathetic, and she's been sitting there covered in dog hair now for the last 4 damn decades. And she's walked a bunch of the rest of y'all into it too. And this is how it ends. There are not enough men, and I should know, there are not enough men over the age of 40, over the age of 50, certainly. There are not enough of them. They knew this mathematically too. There's not enough of them left for that. When you have females filing divorce, crashing 50% of the marriages, what you're now asking is for men in their 50s, many of whom have already been through the divorce meat grinder, you're asking for them to roll the dice again on probably the most traumatic experience of their lives. That they should go back and go marry somebody's divorcee. That's what you're trying to pressure men into doing. There's jackasses and ass clowns who claim that men can't wait to get remarried. Sit your stupid ass down. But in any case, that's what you're doing. So do you realize mathematically trying to recycle all these used wives and not just recycle them? You want to recycle them at much higher premiums than they cost the first time. When you take on a 50-year-old female, that's a bill. A 30-year-old chick is a bill. A 40-year-old chick is a bill. A 50-year-old chick is a bill. Especially if she come to you with kids, she's a bill. Jennifer Lopez didn't get with Ben Affleck after all those years to make things easier. What's the first thing she did? Got with him and wants him to get a bigger house than he's ever had. She came in the door with her kids from Mark Anthony, and here's the bill, Ben. I'm going to cost you more today than I did when we were together 20 years ago. That's what the hell? She's been through 2-3 husbands beforehand, and here's more. It's going to cost you more than it did Mark Anthony. That's what it means to pick up a chick in her 40s or 50s. She doesn't want the little things. She wants you to make up for all the expensive stuff she didn't get to do. And you don't get to wait. She wants it right now, walking in the door, drop it off. This is a stick up. So nobody wants to add that up because it's not convenient. And the women are not going to do it, period. They're not going to do it. So it's going to fall to the men to do that. Okay, but there's not enough men out here to do it, man. There's not enough. Even if they were going to fall for the programming, there's not enough Russell Wilsons out here. There's not enough, Richard Lawsons out here to take up all the Tina Knowles. Baby, there's not enough of them. There's not enough. There are not enough pension pimps and old aged out salary simps. And to add insult to add complication to, contraption, as I covered last week, when fellas get their weight up and whatnot at a certain age, they consider it to be a rite of passage today to get a chick who's in her prime. If he's going to go out on a limb, he might as well go out on a limb for something that gives him all the way rate of return. Why go out on a limb just to have a female sitting next to you who can't do anything but sit next to you? And she's going to be hard-headed and difficult and uncoachable and bringing all her damn baggage and nagging you. Well, if you're going to go through that process, why not do it for a chick who's in her prime? If you're going to do that, she's at least got a future. She's got a future in the runway. Why would you put this on a chick who already squandered her previous 2 chances? Now she wants you to be her third. That's the issue, is the math. Oprah screwed up her life and screwed up her options by her 20s. She was unwanted and undesirable by the time she got to 20 years old. It was done for her then. She's just spent the last 50 years just wallowing in it. But she wanted the rest of you to join her. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I just regret joining her bandwagon. That's all I can say today on that. And I'm glad I got in La La Land listening to you that, when you get a certain age, you don't have any options. You just have access to sex. That's it. And I think young women need to realize that without a man in your life, you can be out there on your own looking crazy and lost. So, but thank you, Jason, for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to be a bunch of females that are getting older, and it's just going to be a lot of weird relationships, man. It's going to be a lot of weird relationships. A bunch of chicks snuggling up with a dude that they never would have been caught dead with. It's just going to be a bunch of chicks up here trying to scramble back to the discount bin and see if they can go grab some stupid sap simp who doesn't realize he's getting took, and he's a fella she wouldn't have given the time of day to back before she had stretch marks. All right, we got iPhone here. What's your name, brother?
Kendrick from New Orleans, brother Jason.
I got a quick question. Do you think with all the with the old media dead now and it going going the way of the dinosaurs? Are they going to try to control like our new technology now
Yes.
in certain
They're
ways?
already starting on it. They've been starting on it. So yes, all of the old corporate apparatuses are already knee deep off into trying to control the internet, trying to control the major outlets. So right now, because contrary to popular belief, yes, there are millions of websites. Yeah, but there are only a few major forums, just a few. When it comes to video, there's YouTube and there's nobody else. I mean, you can count maybe Rumble to a certain degree, but let's just be honest. The big dog in the yard is YouTube. But even among other websites, because video is the most expensive thing you can do online. So there's only a few people who can actually afford to run a whole website that does video. There's YouTube. To a more limited extent, there's a few minor ones, Rumble, Venmo. But as far as folks who will actually let you put up stuff that's not, stupid, Venmo does, Vimeo. But Vimeo doesn't let us do what we do here on YouTube. You can't live stream. So as far as the places that can live stream, Twitch, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch owned by Amazon, YouTube owned by Google, Facebook, I guess you can live stream there. So, but I'm just saying it's a handful of them. So we're kind of back to the network days now as far as what is our access to broadcast and live stream to an unlimited audience on our own. You really only have a few outlets. You really don't have thousands of them. You have a few outlets to actually live stream people. Please pay attention. Live stream. So your options are limited, man. They're already there. Now, the corporate people. Who's the head of YouTube Music? Leo Cohen. Oh, hell. Let's take a look at Instagram. Let's take a look at Facebook. Remember, you've already got all the movie studios, all the television networks, and all the music labels are already mobbed up with Google and Instagram and TikTok. Remember, they've already made deals with them, which is why you can play this stuff up here and not get copyright struck most of the time because they made deals with them. So they're already they're already partnered with each other already. And they're not going to one day. They're already here. Already here. What they want is preferential treatment. And they've been getting that too. Take a look at your front page on YouTube, man. You're going to see, I guarantee all of y'all are going to see the same thing I see. Fox News, CNN, NBC, which is owned by Comcast. So we're talking about the very biggest of the big. If you look up WWE one time, you'll never be able to get away from it. Because it's owned by Ari Emanuel and, they call it TKO now, but Ari Emanuel. So your front page looks like mine. Joe Rogan used to be on all the time. Then he made that deal with Spotify. Ain't that amazing? As soon as he made that deal with Spotify, all of a sudden he's not on your front page anymore like he was. He shows up every once in a while, but brother, you remember he used to be flood. You went to YouTube, you got showed Joe Rogan no matter who you were. Not today. You got that $100 million bag from Spotify. YouTube is like, all right, we cool on that. So it's not accidental, brother. It's not accidental. And by the way, low key, there's a bunch of folk who are so-called influencers who've already made deals with other people. Remember, Disney did this like 7-8 years ago. Disney, y'all go look this up for yourselves. I'm sure a bunch of you remember. Disney had a program for recruiting YouTubers. They wanted to get them folks signed that YouTube was going to be their farm team. So remember, PewDiePie was a part of it for a little bit. Remember?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, there you go. So but they're not on their way. They're already here. Bloomberg has already got a YouTube channel. So Bloomberg News. We can go down the list. Wall Street Journal. New York Times. They're already here. And when you take a look at your front page on YouTube, I'll be damned. They're already here. Daily Wire. I had to point out to you all before. Daily Wire had to deal with Facebook and YouTube, by the way. They don't like talking about that, but by the way, they made a deal with Facebook and YouTube in the middle of the damn pandemic. So my channel is shadow banned, but Daily Wire's got a straight line to YouTube and Facebook and Facebook. YouTube and Facebook. That's not natural selection, my dude. That's the old corporate powers taking their old money And folks, this has been what's been the whole time. The money that went into newspapers got rolled over into radio. Then when that hit big, the money that went into radio got rolled over into television. Shout out RCA and CBS, by the way. In case y'all didn't know, go take a look at the radio origins of these things. I know it's been over a century, but I'm trying to give you a crash course through history right now. So I got to hit these points real quick, but you can go in depth and go look it up. The money that went in the newspapers got rolled over into radio when that technology came. And then when television came, all that money from radio got rolled over into television. When television blew up bigger, all that money got rolled over into cable and satellite. And now you're seeing it rolling over. And by the way, you should go take a look at the capital money that came into venture capital for Google. I don't even go into that one. A whole bunch of folks out there, the Barry Dillers and whatnot. There's a whole bunch of money that's gone into it. Not to mention the infrastructure, Comcast, Time Warner. Who was it who actually laid down the high-speed internet lines? Comcast, Time Warner. I mean, the Warner Brothers studio, yeah, them. Well, what do you know? Yeah, that movie studio money, that TV money, because they syndicate, that got rolled over here. Now, their thing is having primacy in these places. So no, they don't own YouTube, but they made deals with them. And YouTube wants to do with businesses. They don't want to deal with people. YouTube would be perfectly fine being the sole outlet of a bunch of corporate interests. Bloomberg, CNBC, CNN, they'd be perfectly fine with that. Matter of fact, they would prefer it. The only problem is it's not viable. Not yet. But no, brother, they're not on their way. They're already here. They're already throwing elbows. They're already trying to censor people. Oprah struck with my videos. They're already here. And yes, they want to take over. Now, they lack authenticity, so it's going to be an uphill fight. But yes, the answer to your question is not just yes, but they're already here. And they're already doing. They're already trying to make it happen.
Fascinating, man. I just find it crazy because you think you'll be like, okay, all right, so we know that the old media is like gone and like, okay, we don't listen to them. Well, we're going to try something new over here. And it's like, oh, too late. We're already here. Like, you thought you got away from us, but it's like, you're like a crazy act or something. Like, hey, here I am, just.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is their business and they're not going to let that go. So as far as they're concerned, the audience has migrated to a new platform. Okay, we'll do what we did the last 4 times. We'll just go over there and co-opt it. This is much bigger and harder to get your arms around. But they figure we got the money and we'll just flood the zone and just keep it up. But this is going to be a never-ending siege on their part. The only thing that will stop them is bankruptcy. That's the only thing that will stop them. And that's a very real threat too. Anybody remember MySpace? Damn! By the way, how'd that go? So,
what do you mean by that? MySpace.
I'm going to assume you remember what MySpace was, but in any case,
yeah, I remember. I had a MySpace.
Remember,
what do you mean in that context?
Okay, remember MySpace was perfectly fine when it was Tom running it and whatnot.
Yeah.
Next thing they sold it to Rupert Murdoch, and that was it.
Oh, okay.
Even though it was really already on the way out because Facebook was on the way up. And by the way, Zuckerberg has handled Facebook a whole lot better than they handled MySpace. But anyway, Tom cashed out for what, $500 million? So
I remember him.
Not bad. My point is, the corporate folk, they got their hands on MySpace and couldn't do nothing with it. Verizon got its hands on Yahoo and couldn't do nothing with it. I can go down the list. Broadcast.com. People, these corporate folk got in their hands on a bunch of stuff. And because they were trying to transform it into what into some sort of offshoot of what they were already doing on broadcast television or whatever. And it didn't work. And they don't understand why. Well, they do understand why it doesn't work, but they're trying to condition you to not want that. See, Fox News is a place where they condition people. And they just take whoever they put in the seat. So Bill O'Reilly, Tucker Carlson, Jesse Waters, whoever they put in the seat, that's who listens. Okay, but that's why they got a bunch of old folk. That doesn't work over here. But they're crazily enough, they're trying to make it work because my goal is to converse with you. Their goal is to control you. So you see, that's the reason why this is always going to be different. They're trying to control you. Now you're in a place where that's much harder to do. And the only thing they can really think of is, well, how do we get back to the broadcast model where it's a one-way conversation? You don't have any other options. You tune in, you can watch CNN on TV or CNN on the internet, but ain't nobody else to watch. That's what they want. And they're trying to figure out how to make that happen. And YouTube would do it if they could get away with it. But right now, the culture is so against that the only thing YouTube would do is open up a lane for another startup. That's all somebody else would just come right along after them and be like, hey, I'll take that action. And that's the reason why they can't do it just yet. If they could get a guarantee that nobody else would come along and make a YouTube clone that was viable, they'd do it tomorrow. But they know that this is too successful as it is. Everybody would either go to Rumble or a better version of YouTube, because Rumble's kind of, the white supremacists are doing too much over there. But they definitely want to trick. They're trying to dope out how to make this work. But I think we've seen enough false starts. They've tried this before with other things, and you're not going to put the genie back into the bottle. This is not broadcast TV. This is more like, dare I say it, the printing press. The printing press was the most revolutionary thing that happened in communication, because for the first time ever, you could communicate on a mass scale to people exactly what was said, because before then you had to have monks write things down. That's the only way you could copy something page for page. Now you can copy a document page for page on a mass scale. That was it. And after that, the ability to communicate with people in mass, that's it, it's over. Whole government started falling after that. That's what this is. This is not broadcast TV. This is everybody can speak to everybody. And there's no filter, they can bypass you. And they're trying to figure out, how do we filter this? But the audience doesn't want filters. We'll talk to YouTube, see if they can do it. They can't really make that work neither. But they're going to keep trying. I am telling you that. They're going to keep trying. Do I see a day where they get rid of all the other channels on YouTube? No. What it'll be is more like they'll look what they're doing with mine. We will just boost all the corporate stuff, and we will put everybody else way down the feed. And so you'll have to scroll through 4 or 5 pages before you can get to the stuff you used to listen to.
That's crazy. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you got the money for it, you could just keep tossing it into the fire. But, eventually people are going to get tired. It's like, yeah, look, no, I don't know. You're like a breath of fresh air now when it comes to rationality. So I guess, I don't know.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you all want to know what the real strategy is, what the real end game is, the real end game is, the corporations want you to be back where you were in that broadcast television prison. They want you back there. They just haven't figured out how to make themselves your preferred option. Nobody wants to hear ESPN online. I mean, they might tune to Stephen A. Smith to a certain extent, but if they have other options, they'll go for that. They'll go for that. But when it comes to male-female relations, ain't nobody checking for Oprah. Nobody's looking to get, I really need to hear what she got to do. Nobody's looking for that. Nobody's looking for that. They can buy bots and try to boost her little numbers, to make it look like she's got a big following, because everybody wants to be part of a crowd. So, if it looks like, she got millions of people, she just high she ever was. No, she isn't. But they're trying to launch it. They're trying to get it off the ground. They're trying to. And this kind of conversation that we're having that they can't control, that's the biggest issue they have. How do we get back to controlling you all? Let's go ahead and get back over here on Zoom right quick. Let me see if I can get Brandon up here on Zoom for me. All right, let me see if I can get Brandon up here on Zoom. Okay, Brandon, what's on your mind, brother?
What's going on, JB, man? Definitely you holding it down tonight, man, with the broadcast. But, man, I had to go ahead and chime on in and give my 2 cents and get your opinion on, man, get your opinion on this. But, man, it amazes me as to how how this government is trying to even come at the American people about a 50 damn year mortgage. Dude, it's like, if anybody even done the math, I mean, like, literally, like, what a toddler, what age are you supposed to even start trying to even buy a house? You would literally be in your 80s and 90s before you can even pay this stuff off, even though most human beings are not even going to live that long. So the fact that they would have the audacity to even come on out with it. I mean, a 30-year mortgage was already absurd enough, though, but I guess you could kind of figure it on out, kind of plan it on in that you would be retiring around that same age, maybe that if you was buying it in your late 20s, early 30s, retiring at around late 50s, early 60s. But now they're talking like you're going to be around that long, regardless of the fact you have to come probably going to be in your 40s, as demographics show that the average man is probably going to be closer to 40 by the time he even puts down get the 80, 90 grand to put down on a house. So the fact that these people are even coming at us and we haven't rioted yet over these housing prices is just completely amazing. And also, though, as we both know, as we're people that are old enough to remember the crash of 2008 home mortgage crisis, that event alone should have had more people concerned about never actually being overpaying for these houses, because it could ultimately crash again. These houses were these same houses. They're talking 400,000. They want 450,000 for it. Jason, you remember a decade ago, though, these houses were going probably for less than 200,000. I was seeing 5 bedrooms in Atlanta, 180,000.
What it's about is locking down the resources. Land is a resource. Real estate is a resource. And what you're seeing right now is a big push to lock that down. Well, Jason, why? What's the goal there? I told y'all what it was. Look at China. I need you all to understand that in these so-called academic circles, China is the model society for a lot of them. In America, all these old washed up hippies and communists you talk about. But okay, as far as the entrepreneurs too, China is a model system as far as they're concerned. A government that picks and chooses which corporations will win. So there goes that insecurity. A government that makes sure that competition is controlled. Competition is controlled. Entrepreneurship is something for the privileged. That most people are pressed at the barrel of a gun to be good citizens, don't cause no trouble. Somebody says social credit. Yes, enforced by the government that, we will define what is a good citizen and we will punish it. So if you support the right things, you're a good citizen. If you don't, don't worry about a mortgage. We'll make sure you don't even have money, digital currency. So there are a bunch of folk in America that would love to be able to introduce that. Because then you would have control of the most important resource, the people. Now you'll be able to control them. China is attempting to pull off basically the greatest coup that they could right now, because the one-child policy tanked their numbers. The world is watching to see if China can turn it around. If centralized government policy can get folk to start having more children, then as far as they're concerned, that's it. That's it. There's no democracy is now obsolete. Free thinking is obsolete. Central control can do everything and do it better. So there's a bunch of people who want that. So too many of you can afford homes. See, there are things that give you autonomy, that give you independence. Out in California, the reason why California is a wacky place is because California's government does not like cars, but not for the reasons you think. It has nothing to do with pollution. Those are all lies. Cars give you mobility. They give you freedom of movement. Well, you see, this doesn't really serve our interests. Well, why do you say that? Well, before you had automobiles and a mass infrastructure, mass transportation infrastructure, it was hard to move from one place to another, man. That was difficult. If you moved, you could move one time and you had to make it work. Today, you got the ability to move around differently. So you see people migrate a lot more. Well, that sounds good for you, but that's not good for economies in certain areas. They want it to be that when you show up, you're stuck there and you're ready to go to work whenever they want to use you. And if they want to hire more of you, they can. And if they want to lay a bunch of you off, they can. And you just have to sit until they decide to employ you. But that they are never hurting for employees. You'll all just be sitting around this ready workforce, just waiting to sit around until they give you the call. And they would like to trap you there and keep you there. I live in Louisiana. I've seen it happen here my entire life. It's not accidental. Whole bunch of folks, that plantation mentality, that you're just a resource and you should be here struggling hand to mouth. And that's the best way to make sure that you stay still. And you'll just be waiting until we give you the call. Who cares if your life was mired in abject poverty? So I just want you all to understand, as far as they're concerned, that gives you too much freedom, too much mobility. You're too unstable. Too many of y'all moving around and jumping around too much. We need you all to be corralled off somewhere. Like in New York, it's so expensive that, hell, if you get a roof over your head, you got to work your ass off to get it. And now you have to work your ass off to keep it. And so much for that moving around. Because you can't make enough money to leave. Which is what you do when you're in a bad situation. You get up to leave. Well, that's easy to do unless you don't have a car and don't have any money. And now if you don't have a place to live. So you see, a home can be an appreciating, dare I say, asset. Unless, of course, you can't actually afford it. Or better, why don't we just level the whole market? Where everything is essentially going to boil down to being effectively rent. You can buy a house, but it's so expensive and the terms are so onerous and it's so extended so long that it will not be an asset until after you're gone. Well, here's the problem with that, Brandon. The problem with that is that usually a lot of folks don't have anybody to pass their houses on to. If I give you a 50-year mortgage, you do realize that the problem, what we're seeing right now, your kids are having to move out and they have to go get a house of their own. They're not waiting 50 years to get yours. They're not going to wait 50 years to get yours. So they're going to have to struggle their asses off and get their own. And by the time they get theirs, you're ready to fall over dead. And now your home is irrelevant. It won't do them any good.
Exactly. Ben would have been dead. Ben would have been dead, though. Only a handful of us are ever going to see 90. If you're talking about the average person is going to be around their late 30s and 40s, we're going to be in our 80s and 90s before we can even see that. And only a handful of us are actually going to be able to see that. So it's impervious and impossible for us to go ahead and achieve these types of things. So, and I'm just looking back in, 2008 and seeing how all that crisis just went down, and we're just going into it. And I'm just like, for even some of these houses now, dude, you're talking about, I'm seeing houses in St. Louis that's still in the hood, and they talking about 200 and some thousand.
That's what they want. They want that is that because you constrict supply, and this protects the investment of Wall Street. All these banks and whatnot in 2008 was great for them. They got bailed out by the government, and they took the money that they made a bunch of money selling them crazy mortgages. They got bailed out by the government, and then they took all that money and bought right into it again when the market crashed. And now they sat here and all of it's appreciated in value for them. And so they want the market to be constricted so that the prices continually go up. And this is not just the investors, it's the builders, it's the developers. All of them want a super tight market because that, oh yeah, by the way, and the old niggas, baby boomers and whatnot who own their homes, all of them are perfectly fine with that because it keeps the value going up. Now, for young people who are looking for where they really want to settle down at, that's bad. But for the old bastards who are getting ready to die, they're not moving anywhere. They don't want to move anywhere. So they're going to all be sitting still, and the home is the only asset that they have. They actually got in when you could actually pay a home off. And so now they're going to just sit with it. So this works out for everybody except for the young people coming up. It works out for all these entities except you, which is the goal. And it took them a while, but they wanted to maneuver in this kind of situation. I'll let you have the last word.
So what would you say that we would have to do to eventually offset this though? Because it's definitely not something that's plausible for us to do. This should have been an all out riot. Because I remember you saying back before that what got me completely thinking in a whole nother direction is a house is essentially worthless if a bank doesn't finance you. The whole reason a house even has value is that a bank has to be able to give you a loan for it. Nobody can really come up with $450,000 to pay off a home in cash. So if you actually
not true. In most metropolitan areas in America right now, that's the problem we're having, is that there are too many people paying cash. There's the problem. So no, what you're saying is not actually accurate. You are thinking about the average person who wants to start a family. Now you're accurate, but that is not what's happening in the market. Please remember, America has become a target of international money. There's a reason why in Seattle and California, you see so many Asians buying property and building developments and whatnot. EB5. America has opened it up to international money. So you got the Middle Easterners, Indians, Asians coming over here with money that they brought internationally. So what I'm saying is you are not competing against the top 5% in America. You're competing against the top 5% globally. Breaking Points just did a story about an Israeli company that owns a bunch of property over here in America, the 34th largest landowner or whatever, property development owner. And you're not up against, it's a misnomer, you're not up against the top 5% in America. You're up against the top 5 globally. They're over here buying as much of the assets as they can too. So that's why when you go these places, yeah, they're paying cash for these things. That's what you're up against. So here you come with your damn Quicken Loans mortgage that'll take 3 to 6 months to materialize. And then they got these other folk over here ready to pay cash. And this is everywhere. This is all your top markets. This is everywhere. So what would need to be done to fix it? I already answered this question before, but I'll go ahead and do it again. Number one, you are going to have to increase the housing supply substantially. You cannot leave this to the private sector because the private sector is crooked. The private market is rigged because they have a vested interest in not building. Well, it is not in the public good to have a constricted housing supply. So what they've done is create basically a monopoly for themselves, and they're not building deliberately, which means the government will have to step in and take care of that instead, because the private market has failed, period. It's not about permitting or anything. The private market has failed. Even if you opened up building, they're only going to want to build for the most expensive things they can. So they'll just build for, quote, luxury stuff. So even if that's all the developers want to do, they're not trying to build for the masses. They want to build and get as much return as they possibly can, strangle as much return out of every dollar they get that they can. That's not in the public interest. Number two, you will have to severely limit corporate investment period. Really, no more than 10% of the property bought in your city for residential needs to be investment. 90% of that needs to be, particularly your single family homes, that shouldn't be investment property, period. That
Yeah,
should
we
not
had
be
laws against that,
investors.
didn't it? Didn't we? With Clinton changed.
No, you don't. You don't. You know, you don't have any laws against that. There are a few places that are trying to put in some restrictions, but no, there's no mass movement for laws. Not yet, though. I predict that that is coming. But people have to understand it. It takes a while. Things have to be repeated over and over and over and over and over again for an extended period of time before people get it. Okay, this is what's wrong or what needs to be done. But it's not as simple. You need more housing, yes, but you also need to get the investors out of single family residential homes. Investors need to be where investors belong. Investors need to be in multifamily, apartments, condos, high rises. That's where investors need to be. They need to be in commercial real estate. That's where you are a commercial venture. You need to be in commercial real estate. You do not need to be bringing your investment money over here into residential. In other words, we need to have a Residential Home Glass-Steagall Act. Glass-Steagall said that investment banks cannot get involved in, they have to be in investment, not in commercial lending. We need to have that. We need to have that only now for housing. We need a housing Glass-Steagall. All you investment folk, you need to be involved in investment class real estate. Commercial real estate. You have no place in the residential market. You need to go over there. And that's why I started out, just like we got rules for accredited investors. Okay, this needs to be a rule for you. If you want to have a venture like that, that's fine. But you need to be over there. Last but not least, you can't have the illegals. That's these folk up here building houses. They don't give a damn who it is so long as somebody gets approved for it. You got illegals sitting up here artificially propping numbers up for these people. So no, get rid of the bogus buyers out here. Illegals are not legitimate buyers. They need to be out of the equation altogether. The investors need to be out of the equation altogether. And the private sector is going to have to get out of the equation because they clearly shown they can't be trusted. So if you want to have those abilities, you can't abuse them. They've abused them too much. It's like, okay, well, this is the consequence of you abusing it. You were warned. Okay, first the feast, now the famine. And the private sector doesn't want this because if the government gets a hold of it, then they're scared they'll never get it back. And it's like, okay, well, this is the consequence of you doing that. You should have handled it a lot better. And now you just get hurt now. And this is just the way it's going to be. But this is what you get because you had no problem hurting everybody around you. So that's where that goes. So the bottom line is if you want to know how to fix it, that is the fix. Anything else you attempt to do will fail. This is not a situation of regulations like that. Yes, regulations need to be dealt with, but not that way. I mean, well, that's not going to be the end all be all. Yeah, there are some places we've got screwy laws and, NIMBY, not in my backyard. And okay, yeah, that needs to be eased, but you got builders out there, but they're taking advantage of the situation because they engineered and rigged it. So if you want to know how to fix it, that's how you fix it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get Rock Love up here on Zoom for me right quick.
Hey, Jason.
All right, brother, you are upside down as usual. All right, what's on your mind?
Oh, man, Jason, I'm sorry. I'm going to get this fixed. Jason,
I doubt it, but go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Jason, thank you for the broadcast as usual, and thank you for the lessons that you're expounding. Something that you said I wanted to touch on, as usual, I'm going to give you what or ask you what your thoughts are. I came in when you were talking about the DSM now on its 5th edition, and what I wanted to get your opinion on and give you some of my experience to the young brothers out there, and of course I would like your opinion when you see a woman or you meet a woman as a young brother out here and she says that she is a psychoanalyst. I feel like reach out for your running shoes, because in my experience, I've been involved romantically with a woman that was a psychoanalyst, and I've been involved with just a friend that came to my temple that was just a friend, and both of them was crazy as bat, you know what. And I just want to know your opinion on that, because my conjecture is that what happens is with these women, they have psychological problems. They have daddy abandonment issues. They go to see maybe 10 years ago when it was DSM edition 2, they got some sort of relief and they say, I want to get into this field. However, they're crazy as cat doo-doo. And what ends up happening is now that's your counselor. That's your psychological counselor. And now this is just a repetition of craziness upon craziness. Can I get your opinion on that?
Well, I've been talking about it for years here. When I talked about hoe careers, that was not a throwaway line. That was not a throwaway line. I said that because that is actually what it is. So it's not a stereotype. It's not a myth. It's the real thing. Different people gravitate to different things. There are certain careers that gravitate or attract a certain mindset or mind type. And that's really what it is. If you have a female who's interested, who really wants to get involved in, quote, psychology and mentality, she's got an agenda. I mean, it is what it is.
I feel like
it's like a guy
also,
who wants to get involved in porn, as a, quote, porn producer. He's got an agenda. He didn't show up there because he loves movie making. He's there for a reason. So,
Jason, check it out. I feel like it's almost like this, Jason. It's like someone that say they get bullied in school and then they want to take martial arts and they go to a certain school and they get a black belt, but not because they're good. It's just because the sensei wants them to.
Because they want to get armed. They want to get armed and capable. They went there because they, like I said, they have an agenda.
Right.
They have an agenda. They're not there for the reason that a guy goes to trade school. A person who goes to trade school, he wants a profession. That's his motive. A chick who goes into psychology and sociology, her motive is she has an agenda.
Right.
That's what she's got. So, yes, I mean, if you see those kind of things, I mean, that's a red flag.
You got to be an alert.
The reason for that is because that's not okay, calm yourself down.
Sorry.
The reason for that is because it's going to be very, very difficult for you to be the leader of a female who has decided that she has armed herself enough that she's actually as smart or smarter than you. That's the problem. That's what you're complaining about. You're getting somebody there who has gone and figures that she is educated and informed enough that you are her subordinate.
Right.
Now, she will not say those things directly. Well, no, but that's what she's been taught. That's what she came away with. That you're her subordinate, and that she kind of just tolerates you. But there is no female who has a master's degree in psychology, sociology, behavioral sciences, who thinks that you are her leader. That is not what she was taught. That's not what they said in that classroom. And furthermore, that's not what she believes, because she went there for a reason. She does not believe that the man is her leader, period. So if you get with someone like that, just don't lie to yourself about who she is and what she's doing and why she's there. She may be a perfectly law-abiding citizen, but that does not make her wife material.
Well, what raised my eyebrows about what you said is that it's intentional, and who is behind assigning these people and licensing these people, and it's usually women. That's what raised my eyebrows when you were pointing out that there's a government body behind licensing these people, and maybe it's to cause more chaos, because to me this is just you got the crazies counseling the crazy.
No, well, it's mostly men who run these things, though. So the folk at the top of psychology, I mean, from Freud forward, it's mostly men. The women are just their foot soldiers. Exactly. They're just administrators. So no, these are men who are making the rules, and they have a bunch of females who gravitate to the field. But no, it's a bunch of men making the rules.
Right. No, exactly. And I feel like the females are the pawns, and they're just causing more chaos, is what I was saying. But thank you for that, Jason. Can I ask you one thing about your Patreon, sir?
Go ahead.
If you were to join your Patreon, I really wanted to get involved with the last one, the book reading you did. If I was to join your Patreon, or any other person was to join, we'll be able to retroactively access those, like the 48 Laws of Power and all that
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah, if you sign up for the correct tiers. So there's certain tiers to say for the book list. As long as you signed up for one of those, then yes, you'll be able to access all the book list programs we've done.
Thank you for the broadcast, Jason. Peace.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Let me see if we can get Morpheus up here on Zoom for me right quick. Let me get Morpheus up here. All right, Morpheus, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing, Jason? Great broadcast. I wanted to go back what you were saying about how you know they don't want you to move around, or they do want you to move around, because I've been feeling this for a while, that they're trying to make America, basically all of America, expensive. Right? I'm in Orlando, Florida. I know you know that area, and over here in Pine Hills, I know you know the area. They got houses over there for like 400,000 in Pine Hills, which is outrageous. And the reason why I came on today is because, as you know, the everyone's upset with Ben Shapiro. He said something, oh, if you can't afford it, just move. You're not supposed to live in a city. And I'm originally from New York City, and I know how everything's expensive up there too. And of course, the right got mad at him. And when he said that, I thought about, because I was thinking about this for a while. I was just noticing the pattern. I really feel like they're trying to make, because I saw what you're talking about. They have international corporations buying up America on pennies on the dollar, basically keeping housing markets artificially inflated. And I feel like they're trying to push all Americans out. And, going back to Ben Shapiro, he's a Jewish guy, and he's from a rich family. I just found out that his cousin is the actress that played Matilda. So he's very connected. So I think he let the cat out the bag.
No, look, I mean, people who've already got theirs, they have no problem telling you what you don't need. Mm-hmm. There was a guy who was on MSNBC years ago, and he said it so well. He was asked about, because I forget who it was, but he was asked about, the rich and, why they say stupid things like that. And they just don't get it. And he responded to the guy and said, the rich don't get it. They never get it. Well, yeah, because it's not in their interest to. They have a different agenda from you. You are a problem to be solved for them. You're not someone they coexist with. You're not someone they want to coexist with. Why do you think they make all their clubs exclusive? And the more exclusive they can make it, the better. So you are not a person to the Ben Shapiros. You're a problem to be solved. He's not even really an American. He's an Israeli. He's got the citizenship and the passport. So you got individuals like that who are over here trying to tell you what you're supposed to do. That's not because it's in your interest. That's because it's in his, which is why he has to broadcast all the time. Because if you're going to tell a big lie, Ben Shapiro Goebbels, then you're going to have to keep repeating it over and over and over and over again in the hopes that it sticks. The problem is it's not sticking now. Yeah, because reality keeps stepping into view. Brother, I can't hit you. Your car is not going to last forever. And when you have the situation we have right now, where the automotive manufacturers are allowed to sell junk that now breaks down before you finish financing it, you're not going to be able to listen to him tell you that mess and that solves your problem. That broke down car in your driveway, that is all encompassing. You have to go to work tomorrow. That broke down car rules everything now. That is at the forefront of your mind. Somebody trying to give you your philosophy, trying to tell you didn't work hard enough, you ain't did enough. While he's sitting there in privilege, he doesn't do manual labor. Hell, he doesn't do labor at all. So all of a sudden, you don't have any more patience to listen to him anymore. All of a sudden, you're very, very thin on listening to that. So the people who got theirs, they understand what your issue is, but they see it as we're here to combat you and we're here to defeat you. We know what your problems are. We know what your complaints are, and we're not here to help you. We're here to defeat you. So we can talk you into it, badger you or whatever, or just stall you. Do you realize how much progress they make, or at least how long they can keep this going, if they can just stall you for another 6 months? That can be a presidential cycle. That could be a midterms. if we can just stall you and keep you stupid for another 6 months, keep you confused for another 6 months, well, we'll win. At least for another 12 months.
And no, you're absolutely right. But once again, I think they've miscalculated. It's obvious they created the internet to spy on people. It's just obvious. But it created people like yourself. You know what I'm saying? That you're able to reach out further because back in the 90s and 80s you had to have broadcast, which you were talking about. You had that broadcast license, yada yada yada. Now with YouTube, and I know you're right, they are going to try to come in, but there's a huge thirst for authenticity. And there's a saying that once you know the magic trick, meaning the propaganda, it's hard for you to go back.
Well, what you said is important though, and I want to elaborate on that because what you said is important. Because the real thing is, what do you do about it? Number one is this conversation. Remember, I remind you again, the Oprah Winfrey days, the Walter Cronkite days, that was a one-way conversation. Because it was a one-way conversation, there was never truly a gauge of how many of you were actually unhappy with this. So you see, you were only unhappy to the extent that CBS or NBC wanted to focus on and talk about it. And then, of course, nobody would find out anything until an election was held, and the elections are highly influenced by what's on the news. Because they wanted you to believe that there was something bothering you, it was just you. Everybody else is fine. This is just you. Until it was to their convenience to reflect what the society was saying. But that would usually only be once you started having uprisings and people in the streets. Well, yeah, now you can't ignore it. But other than that, they'll just ignore you. So what they're doing now is they understand that there's an acute problem here, but they're really terrified of the other shoe dropping. Jason, what's the other shoe? Legislative action. That your votes, that this will now become the issue. It is not enough to say that, quote, the issue is the economy. I am hearing a new term in the lexicon now, not economy, affordability. And it's no longer just conjoined healthcare. I'm now hearing housing affordability, food affordability, transportation affordability. Now affordability, people recognize, hey, these prices have gone out of control. Now that if that becomes the core central issue for people, they're going to start attacking the mechanisms that are propping that up. All of them. Everything from real estate to right to repair to rental to everything. And the corporations are desperate that not occur, because once these things are codified into law, you'll never get them back. Let me remind you all again. The Motion Picture Association of America attempted to ban VCRs. What? I got to remind y'all of that. The Recording Industry Association of America attempted to ban the record button on cassette players. For those of us who are old enough to go back to boom boxes in the 80s, we all had record buttons. Everybody had a record button. But please understand, they wanted to be like the Walkman. You see, Sony's Walkman didn't have a record button. Your boombox did. And the Recording Industry Association, that is all the record labels and distributors, they want to ban that. Remember, that went to the Supreme Court. For that, for VCRs, and for routers. So for music and radio, for recording, no record button. They want to keep you from having that. For VCRs, who wanted to keep you from being able to record. When the internet era came, they wanted you to only get your modems from them. They want to ban routers. So you can buy a modem of your own and then hook up a router to split the signal. Oh, they were like, oh, we control the signal. They literally went to the Supreme Court and fought that. The internet companies literally fought that. Y'all can go look this up for yourselves. Mm-hmm. Okay, but the bottom line is when AT&T had to stop renting phones to all of us, because that's the way it used to be. I was there. I was a kid. I remember doing it. Well, my folks doing it, but you couldn't buy a phone. You had to rent one. Eventually, we could buy phones, but that was once they got deregulated and AT&T got broken up. Okay, but until then, oh no, you rented the phone from them.
Wow.
Okay, that's locking down the society, dude. That's not new. They already did that with the telephones. I'm telling you, that's not something that was new. They did that with the telephones. Hell, they had to deregulate the airlines. They did that with the telephones. They did it with the airlines. They have always locked these things down to try to make sure you can't do anything, so they can just squeeze every damn penny out of everything to control it. If I can control your movements, if I can control what you buy, I can control you. I don't even have to ask where the money is. I've already said that there's only a couple of avenues you can go. So I went to that explanation to let you all know, they've been locking things down before now, and now they've got a whole new group they want to do with it and they want to hold it because they've seen what happened when they lost control. When they lose it, they will never get it back, ever.
And is this another reason why you see such the AI craze with all the billionaires? Do you feel that they think they can use that to combat the masses?
Okay, well, the problem with AI is that they're stealing things. They're training AI on copyrighted material. And they're not compensating anybody for it. So they're moving fast and breaking things, but really they're supposed to be paying a whole lot more than they currently are. And I have AI subscriptions, don't get me wrong. I have subscriptions to several AI platforms. I think they're great. I think they're fabulous. But I also understand what it is. So that really needs to be dealt with. This idea that, it's like Uber, we can just break every law we want to and we're exempt. Well, okay, then I should be exempt when we go online. Forget about piracy. If one person's exempt, all of us are exempt.
They definitely watch that. Whatever they feed AI, they definitely watch a lot of black podcasts. I see a lot of AI videos where it sometimes looks like something like your video or other black creator videos.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it there, but the bottom line is that they want to have control of these things because going forward, they want to be able to dictate. And having control is is going to be essential to controlling the money, what you spend it on, what you are even aware of. And if everybody gets together and says, you know what, affordability is the problem, and specifically that they're going to focus on who is exploiting the situation. Who the hell is it trying to get us into 50-year mortgages? That these guys at the top have too much. Then you start putting into place legislation. And when the legislation goes in, you will never get it back.
Yeah, just to back you up, Tesla, they have a lot of control on the car. Like if you try to buy it, like not used, what is it, salvage? They'll remotely, even though it's technically fine, you can't fast charge it no more, or they can just turn your stuff off. And of course we all know about Apple, how much they gouge on that Apple store and try to control everything. They did lost a lawsuit, but
what you're talking about is the for Tesla, like I say, Elon Musk what you're doing is articulating he's as bad as all the rest of them. He's no different. In many ways, he's far worse. What you're talking about is Tesla's practice of locking down the VIN number. If your car's been in the wrecking yard, the salvage yard, that gets registered as a salvage title under that VIN number. If that VIN number gets re-registered, then Tesla knows it's been removed from the salvage yard. They want to be able to control when a car's life is over. They want to control that. If the car is salvaged, they want to be the only ones to do it. So Apple really pioneered a lot of this garbage. That's why they call it an iPhone on wheels at Tesla, because they're basically doing what Steve Jobs was trying to do, control everything from top to bottom. So they completely control people. Now, once again, legislation will fix this too, because, by the way, y'all don't want to get me in my bag on this. That's an e-waste apocalypse. What?
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about environmental stuff here? That's e-waste on a crazy level. So Elon can be a trillionaire? Brother, not just the batteries, the copper, all the wiring, the metals, the plastics. That's an e-waste apocalypse, locking all these devices down so that Elon can go buy a new mega yacht. So Larry Ellison can go buy a new mega yacht. So the next billionaire can go buy a new mega yacht. So landfills full of these toxic chemicals, because this suits their business model, so they can keep themselves filthy rich and have all the whores and sluts and mistresses and male prostitutes they can drown themselves in. So we want to talk about environmental regulations. This should be at the top of that you cannot lock these things down, because this is not for the public good. This is contributing to huge amounts of environmental waste. They don't want that to be a conversation. what I just said, they know that that knocks everything out the park. You can't argue against what I just said. There's no logical argument against it except to say right to waste. And that's not going to go anywhere. So yes, they don't want this discussion to happen because the next evolutionary step, I mean, it sounds a little eerie, but the 5 steps to Nazi Germany, where does it begin? It begins with people talking in their homes. Then it begins with them talking to their neighbors. They don't want you talking to anybody. It can be misused for bad, but there's also an avenue to use these things for good, except that last step can never be good. But no, they don't want us having that conversation because now you know what to do. You now know exactly what to do, and you'll be asking politicians different questions. You'll be voting for different reasons. And eventually the politicians will have to respond. Jason, are you sure? Take a look at Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. Oh, speaking of that, I'm pretty sure you're going to use another broadcast for it, but you heard about the news today with Trump and all of that. Are you going to have another broadcast later about this, about what's so-called was leaked in the emails with Trump?
There's nothing to talk about just yet. There's nothing to talk about. There isn't any, contrary to what some folks have tried to imply, there's no bombshells just yet. As a matter of fact, because mostly it's just stuff about Virginia Giuffre. The Democrats are kind of playing games on this. I don't think we're ever going to find out everything we would need to know because we're not asking the right questions. They want you chasing girls. And what I'm telling you is that they want you to believe this is a politician's issue, and it's not. This is a corporate issue. Jeffrey Epstein was the plug for every billionaire and millionaire who wanted to have sexual perversions and deviances. Whatever their heart's desire was, he was the plug. Internationally.
Yes.
So the business people have a tremendous interest in none of that coming out because it really doesn't point to the politicians, it points to them. Some of it's being overblown because the truth of the matter is that Epstein's victims could say names now, but they don't. However, there's a reason for that too. Virginia Giuffre talked about that in her book, but that and the woman who's promoting her book now, because she's gone, has said that she's scared to say names because them folk have let her know. She said they got at her and told her, you go around saying names and we're going to ruin you. You go around thinking you're going to drop names, you better bring lawyers and a bulletproof vest because we don't just sue people, we murk them. So you better think about that. Better ask Charlie Kirk how that went. So, I mean, and that's the world you're in, dude. You're in a world where people with money, if you're a problem, they kill you. They just
Speaking of that, do you remember Anthony Weiner and his little laptop? I heard all the cops that seen the laptop mysteriously died. Do you remember that?
I mean, if you see too much, you hear too much. Like I said, I wouldn't. Jeffrey Epstein, everybody who know him and dropping dead all over the damn place. The mortality rate around Jeffrey Epstein has been obscene since he got indicted and sent to prison. The mortality rate has skyrocketed around that man. But I think it's really about the rich folk. They're the ones who don't want it to be seen. The politicians play a much smaller role. I don't think it really indicts as many of them as people would think. I don't really think it does. If it did, the girls would have said something. So I don't think that's actually what occurred. I think it's really about the real rich folk who have something to lose. They really got something substantial to lose. They have no intention of being in a jail cell next to Ghislaine Maxwell. So I think that's where it really goes. And that's why you're not going to see anything there. If we were asking real questions, we would be asking about 2 things. Number one, we would be asking a lot more questions about the money. Where Jeffrey Epstein got his money and where the money went.
Yeah, I remember seeing, I think it was BBC article, and they were like, he's a billionaire, Epstein, but no one knows how he got a billionaire. It's a mystery.
It's questions about whether he was a billionaire. I mean, that's. But the bottom line was he was definitely filthy rich. But regardless of any of that, the real question is, all right, where did the money come from? And more importantly, Where did it get spent? Now, we've seen through Chase Bank and them, a lot of money was moving around. Well, brother, you know the banking system's been locked down since 9/11. They know where every penny of that went. Why are we not having it disclosed? Where did you send that money, Jeffrey? After it hit your account at Chase, because they were sending around emails at Chase saying, hey, some funny business going on here. And Jamie Dimon, who is still in charge, was like, yeah, don't worry about it. So that's what I'm saying. We're not asking the right questions. Number one, you'd be asking about the money. That's number one. Number two, you would be talking to the staff. Why are we not talking to the people? Jeffrey Epstein's got property and all this. You should be talking to them.
Especially the ones on that island.
And that's not happening. He wasn't on an island by himself. So what I'm saying is, hey, y'all, I'm not even going to play this game about who's a politician or whatever. I got different questions here that you can't conceal. If you tell me you don't know what happened to the money, I know you're lying. And if you tell me didn't nobody witness anything, there were witnesses besides the politicians, the people who worked there.
Right.
They know. So there's a way to clear this up, and you don't hear anybody asking what I just did.
Nope. Just one last thing real quick. Back to you when you was talking about China. I've been watching China for a while. And a lot of people don't know it's a little bit of a paper tiger, meaning that it's a lot of construction, but they cut a lot of corners. I don't know if you saw that recently. One of the longest bridge in the world just recently fell in China. So, and then you're talking about their population, how they've been lying all these years about how many people they have. And you're right that the rich want their society to be like China because I guess they see it as easier to create monopolies or winners and losers. How long did you feel that China can last? Because I feel like it's going to fall because watching stuff I know personally, there's a lot of kabuki theater going on in China.
Okay, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Let's take a look over the last 800 years. You do realize that China has been the dominant power for the most of that period. The power only shifted to the West in the last 200 years. Go take a look at the 300 years before 1776. Go take a look at that. Go take a look at what China was doing. Go take a look at their wealth. Go take a look at how high their society was. Take a look at how vast their empire was. China has been the dominant power for a large chunk of this last 600-700 years. While everybody's been focused on the Europeans because of what they did more recently. But by the way, when you take a look at China, it's not even a contest. They were the height of society. They were the dominant power. They were the rich one. They were the aristocracy. That was them. And as far as they're concerned, what's happening today is simply China reassuming its leadership position. They don't see this as China is finally making it. That's not the way they look at that. They're like, look at the Ming Dynasty, the Han Dynasty. We ain't no New Jacks. You Europeans had to get gunpowder from us. Who you calling New Jacks? We didn't need you all to teach us how to build architecture. We had closed societies. And we was running the game. The Opium Wars were a specific result of the fact that the British needed things from the Chinese and the Chinese didn't need nothing from Britain. The America needed something from the Chinese. They wanted something from the Chinese. America didn't have anything the Chinese wanted. That's the reason that the Opium Wars kicked off. Because the trade imbalance was never going to be fixed. Gold, money, resources were leaving Europe and America and coming to China, and China wouldn't send nothing to you. Or at least they weren't sending any money to you. It was all money in, no money out. China sees this and in many ways, accurately so, brother. This is not China somehow finally making it to the top. They're like, hey, heifer, we've been at the top for centuries. This is just us. The Europeans, you're a fluke. You're a blip on the radar. We've been the leaders now for the better part of the half millennium. So we're just getting back where we supposed to be. Before y'all sat up here and sabotaged us with the opium wars, we're just getting back where we supposed to be. That's all. So no, brother, no. This is, you take a look at the last 500-600 years. China has not. People talk about third world. Okay, with the original Silk Road, that wasn't a third world country. Nobody was talking that garbage then. And they were the Chinese were not some backward people kissing white folks' asses. They were very shrewd negotiators. They understood what they were dealing with the Europeans, which is another thing they didn't like. So this is not China discovering greatness. China's like, we've been great for centuries.
That's a good point, especially with the checkmate they're doing with America right now with the rare earth materials. So it's because you need those for weaponry if they even want to attack China. And I believe China's like number one in that, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I mean, the rare earth situation, America had the market cornered, but because we put in such stringent environmental regulations, it was very short-sighted. China was willing to go all the way in, and environmental regulations be damned. So China has made a lot of progress because America and the West has artificially handcuffed themselves. And what this is going to do is call into question, who's going to be leading this. If you're really going to be, or if you're going to make a suicide pact with the Sierra Club or not. So that's really where it goes. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, I mean, where the agenda goes, where the priorities go, what you're looking at there, who's going to make the priorities, that's going to be a different situation. And this is why they want to control our conversation. The conversation I just had with Morpheus, they don't want this to be the norm. They want you to go to the polls and be arguing about taxes and abortion. They don't want you to talk about, by the way, Elon is fat enough. Time to start spreading that money around. They don't want you to say that. Larry Ellison's fat enough. Warren Buffett's fat enough. It's time for everybody else to eat. All these so-called investors and corporations buying up everything and nobody else can get anything. So they can go pay cash for everything, but you talking about a 50-year mortgage for us? No, y'all fat enough. Y'all done ate good enough. It's time for everybody else to eat. Y'all done got morbidly obese over there, and they're telling you now it's not enough. Please understand, people, it's not enough. Elon Musk wants to be a trillionaire. You know what's next? They're going to say next up is quintillionaire. What? Millionaire wasn't enough. Billionaire's not enough. Trillionaire won't be enough. Quintillionaire won't be enough. That won't be enough, people. They're going to want more. Quadrillionaire, quintillionaire, they're going to want more. So don't think that you can outlast their greed. They're not the least bit interested in what you don't get as far as they're concerned. You're a problem to be solved and a resource to be devoured. And the last thing that they want you doing is having a conversation about what they're doing and what they took from you. That's what they don't want a conversation about. Because then you'll take a look around and say, by the way, I couldn't help but notice you fat cats own everything. You bought up everything and you own everything. And now you're just exploiting all the rest of us. Now you've prevented the rest of us from owning anything. Not that you have everything. You've prevented the rest of us from getting anything. In the chat room, Jonathan Buckner said, if you can buy and do anything, what becomes fun? Well, here's the thing. There was a great guy, and like I said, he was a British fella. He was in finance, and he said he wondered what the billionaires were going to do. He said, what do you do when you've got 2 or 3 of everything you could possibly buy? What do you do then? He said, I figured it out. You go buy the resources. You just go buy up all the assets. And that's what they're doing now. Elon Musk and the rest of the overpriced degenerates, they got all the boats, planes, cars. They got rocket ships. What do you do when you've bought 2 or 3 of everything you possibly could. Well, what can you buy now? They go buy up all the assets. And now they're buying up all the assets. Well, the real estate is a limited asset. If they buy up all of that, well, you're locked out. And that's what they're doing now. Just buying up the assets so that you don't have any. And now they control you. Now they'll set up big trusts and big dynasties, and all of you will just serve their families in perpetuity, like the British monarchy. All of you plebes and peasants, you will now just serve the monarchy. They bought up all the resources, and now you will just serve their families forever. Now, when that starts becoming the public discourse, which it currently is, and when that makes its way to the ballot, when that makes its way on the ballot, then you start making laws. Once you start making laws, you start getting more of them because that becomes the way to get elected. Once that snowball starts rolling downhill, now next thing you know, people start talking about nationalizing things. Yes, they start re-examining those toll roads. See, when this kind of stuff kicks off, remember after World War II, you start talking about the middle class, you start talking about the unions, you start talking about a 5-day, 40-hour work week, you start talking about a minimum wage. Nobody gives a damn with the wealthy guy. Y'all have been doing good. It's time for everybody else to eat. Oh, the rules and regulations start spawning. When people figure out that they can get elected doing that, next thing you know, oh, the fat cats are like, man, look here. When that starts rolling, man, it just keeps going. Please understand, the wealthy, elite fat cats, man, they know this. They know that the more you get, the more you'll want. They know it. So their goal now is to keep you quiet, keep you distracted, lock the broadcasting infrastructure down, lock the communication infrastructure down, shut you up, close your channels, stop people from even having this discussion. Because the truth is, there are only a few people who can actually host a discussion like this. There's not millions. There's millions of websites with a very limited number of people who can or will host a discussion like this. And it's cool when you have a podcaster who they host their own program and they make this the topic of discussion. That's great. That's wonderful. But as far as having a two-way discussion that confirms everybody's on the same page, there's not endless numbers of folk who can do that. So they have a very vested interest in keeping you quiet, and that includes Oprah Fatface Winfrey. Damn! That includes her. She does not want you talking about what's in your best interest. She only wants you talking about a few things that are in hers. But the last thing she wants is for you to have a discussion about what's important to you and what you need and what fulfills you and what gives you a richer life. Now, that's what she doesn't want you talking about. She only wants you talking about what she does, what she wants to discuss. After that, it's like, why are you interested in this other stuff? And subjugating the men and making sure that the men don't lead that discussion, that is at the forefront of their minds. How do we keep the men from leading that conversation? Because the men are the warrior class. We're the ones who start revolutions. We're also the ones who end them, one way or the other. So if the men are restless and discontent, if the men are not satisfied, throughout history, what they know is that men don't usually stay quiet. What? See, here's the problem. Men don't usually stay quiet. If men get quiet, it's usually because they're done talking. See, that's what scares a lot of people. What scares a lot of people is that they understand that men don't really get quiet like that. If men have complained to you and you're not fixing it, you're actually opposing them. When they stop talking, it's because they're done talking to you. They tried talking and that didn't work. So they're not done trying options. They just decided we're going to try a different tactic. Now that's what worries the powers that be and the elites now. The men are going off into circles by themselves. They're not seeking nor looking for female approval, corporate approval, political approval, religious approval, societal approval. The men are just going off and talking amongst themselves. Yeah, they're done talking, which means they're going to come up with their own ideas and they will not look for your approval. If they're not looking for your approval, you've lost all control. And if you lost all control, it's over. So this is their last desperate gasps to see if they can coerce something. Because once people start putting legislation into place and it becomes societal policy, oh, that's it. That $1 trillion that Elon wants to get, man, that chops up real good for the other folks in society. That chops up real good. You can divide it up amongst everybody else real nice. And he's just one. You go grab his, you go get Zuckerberg's, get Larry Ellison's, and get the rest of them. It's, oh man, all of a sudden everybody's eating better. It's like, damn, we should have, next thing you're thinking is we should have done this a long time ago. The next thing you'll be saying is we should have done this a long time ago. Then you start looking for all the other things you can start chopping up. And please understand, these people have lived through this before. They understand once we get it, they'll never get it back. That'll be it. These would-be aristocrats who see everybody else as their serfs and their peons, and Elon Musk, who is a hope. Let me be very, very clear. Elon Musk is not supposed to have 6, 7 baby mamas. Elon Musk is such a ridiculous, retarded, awkward idiot. He's not supposed to have any female company, much less 6 or 7 of them. All the females talking to him supposed to look like Melinda Gates. He's not supposed to have any females talking to him. So y'all know full damn well if Elon Musk didn't have $300 billion, who the hell is the female who would give him the time of day? You see, what it is, you know, they're batteries, and I like video games. I like tacos. Who in the hell is the female who would give him the time of day, much less have children with him? He knows he needs $300 billion to get a chick in the bed. He needs that. Oh yeah, that was before the hair transplants. Yeah. He needs that. You don't need it. Those of you who listen to me, those who actually take it to heart, you don't need that. Elon Musk needs $300 billion to get females to pay him attention. You don't need that. So hell yeah, he wants as much money as he can. Otherwise, nobody's going to freaking talk to him. Y'all remember what's his name? Sam Bankman-Fried? Y'all remember his girlfriend? Remember her? Yeah, go take a look at Sam Bankman-Fried. Of course he had to run a $1 billion Ponzi scheme. Of course he did. Take a look at the woman he had. That's what he gets. Hell yeah, he didn't even have enough money to get a fine chick. He had to take that woman. I ain't dissing on her. I'm just saying, yeah, baby, I saw him. I saw you. Yeah, y'all belong together. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's what they would get. If they wasn't sitting on billions of dollars, that's what they would get. Yeah, that right there. That's what they would get. Yeah, that if you took their money from them, that's what their life would be. Every day he rolls over in the bed to look at her, it's a jump scare. Every morning you wake up to her, and it's a new startling effect. That's what you get. And that's exactly where Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Sam Bankman-Fried, Sam Altman, I can go down the list. These are not cool people to hang out with. These are not the kind of guys that women are attracted to. A woman comes to them because there's a bag. Same reason they go chase professional athletes. Nigga, ain't nobody interested in you. There's a bag. And that's it. And they know it. All of them, Jeff Bezos, hell yeah. Go take a look at the men that his wife, current wife now, was running around with. And then go take a look at him. There's no comparison. You take a look at who the hell she was with before she got with Jeff Bezos. No, not at all. He is completely unlike any of them. He's not like any of them people at all. There's your first damn clue, dude. You go take a look at the folk that Lauren Sanchez was running around with before. It wasn't nothing like him. Wasn't no weird geeky laughing dudes. They can be as mad as they want to be, but that's the truth. Wasn't no female pining for Jeff Bezos except Mackenzie. Now that was what Jeff Bezos rates. Actually, Mackenzie was above his level. Let me just keep that real. Mackenzie was above his pay grade, but she saw he was going to have the whole bag. Truth be told, Mackenzie was exactly where Jeff Bezos, she even looked like him. Mackenzie even looked like Jeff. And then, that's where you belong. You're like, oh, no, I need fly in that. No, you don't. He's like, after I get this $400 billion, I'll get it. So those guys, this is why they're fighting for all this stuff, man, because they would be expelled from the gene pool if they had to rely on their own personalities. They would be expelled from the gene pool if they had to rely on their own personalities by themselves without that financial edge. They wouldn't have anything. Just like your pro athletes. You ain't gonna get nothing. And they know it. The bottom line is they know it. So yes, they're here to strip as much from you as they can because they need it. And oh yeah, one more thing. By the way, doesn't that artificially help them? I mean, if these guys are all filthy wealthy and all the rest of the men in the society are all struggling, well, doesn't that just make it where all the females are really just chasing after them? I mean, if they're able to suppress all the males in society, well, doesn't that really just leave it for them? I mean, doesn't that make them women's across the board that by default they would be automatically more preferred? If they hold everybody else down, it's just like, okay, well, the rest of you guys are just impoverished here and the women ain't really got no choice but to talk to us. Doesn't that kind of look more like what they're doing? Doesn't that look like it? When you think about it, it really does. No wonder they want the men to be quiet. No wonder they want the men not to say anything. No wonder they want to control whether or not you're heard. Makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, Shy Here, Rider, Firehawk. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that. To Anwar Williams, Mogul Mays. Oh boy, Alanda. What? Oh boy, Alanda didn't come out. She wants to let us know she is still moving around. Glad to see you here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers and some of your old deadbeat mammy celebrities love to hate watching and love to hate. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Let Oprah know that we still here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every Saturday, 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to join us. We're going to be finishing up this weekend on the current book here, and then we'll probably get started on another one here in a little bit. So be there or be nowhere. People have really been loving it. This has been giving them the insight and analysis they never knew. This is your opportunity to be a part of that as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program live or recorded. Thank you all for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or the business will handle you.